And we are live! Hey guys! Let me get some of this stuff more actually in place. Actually, you know what? I probably could have just turned up. One of the easier things to do would have been to turn on cam mode. Ugh. Oh my god, let's see if I can hear anything now. Oop, no, I didn't have any music on. Okay, let's open volume mixer. So of course something immediately I didn't have everything ready to go because that's always how it goes. Game. And let's get the headset on. Okay. Ooh, this is interesting. Let's figure this out. Okie dokie 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 dokie. Let's not roll over the outfits. How did the ancients ever function in this stuff, man? I'll tell you what. Okay, let me pull you up, guys. We are live. Can you guys hear me? I'm gonna make sure that there's... Okay, yeah, looks like you guys can hear me. Okay. Let me know how my audio it is. I'm gonna have my microphone and camera for first time because I want to have the... I'm gonna try something out. Let me pop this out. Okay, can I read you guys? I can read you guys. Okay. Hi, everybody! Good to see you, glad to have you. Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers. Not that there's much left to spoil, but basically just the bits we haven't got to yet, which, seeing as we're on map 5, Elpis, it's basically map 6 or bust at this point. Artemis, good to see you, glad to have you. Infinite, good to see you, glad to have you. And Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. V, good to see you, glad to have you. Loop, good to see you, glad to have you. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Meowza, good to see you, glad to have you. Been a while. How is everyone today? I'm doing pretty good, as you can clearly tell. Well, Ray did something I'm very proud of. I screamed at a candle to blow it out. That's pretty much all that's worth mentioning. Nothing much else happened. But that is impressive, Raven. Doing pretty alright today. Grateful for the opportunity to have a chill day and tune in. Nice. Level Black Mage is a bit painful on low levels, but otherwise everything is fine. It's true. It's kind of a problem that you have to learn it every 10 levels. Kiko, good to see glad to have ya. Misugo, good to see glad to have ya. Quite enjoyed Black Mage at low levels. It's at higher levels where every boss fight is a dance revolution and your hotbar changes every 10 levels that I found pain. The first part of that is kind of what I like about it. The second part is agreed. Made it home in time. Now I'm comfy and ready to go. Woo, Kiko. I'm glad that you got the chance to get home early. I'm so bad at Black Mage. I'm not great at it either, Raven. You have to really give your time and effort to it. It's one where, like, it's got one of the higher ceiling jumps, for sure. And in some ways, even a floor. I haven't started my casters yet. I have Ninja left for Fizz, then it'll be magical DPS time. Nice. Started leveling Reaper for the heck of it this weekend. Nice. It doesn't fit my bun, but I'm having quite a bit of fun. I find Reaper really fun. I'm stuck at 63 of Black Mage. I like patience. Yeah. Tracy, good to see, glad to have ya. Oh no, it's Elio's ghost. Ghostly Elio. Ah, yes, this is definitely what it's like if I died. Oh no, he died. Oh no, an Asian. Looking spiffy. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Very you, yeah. Some ancient has kidnapped Elio. Grave, good to see, glad to have you. The drip. The ancient drip, for sure. Deadberry, good to see, glad to have you. How you doing, man? I hope you are having a great day as well. Kathra, good to see, glad to have you. Hello, you look really good. Why, thank you, Kathra. That means a lot. I sincerely thank you. I always feel, like, as much as I'm someone who always has love making cosplay, and even wearing cosplay, I have had a love-hate relationship with feeling cool versus not feeling cool. Like, for instance, I've worn, like, a Kylo Ren, like, the Kylo Ren, like, costume outfit, like, I feel good in, but I also kind of feel, you know, there's that, I think there's a certain amount you're always worried that society's laughing at you a little bit, and you kind of have to say fuck it to them. How well can you see? I can see pretty well. So the thing is, one of the things I love about mesh is that mesh from a distance, you can't really see much, probably. I mean, maybe because the light's shining directly on you can, but I can see out of this great. Fun fact, if you've ever used Mylar, so that's like the silvery stuff that like potato chips bags are made out of, if you take that and put it really close to your eyes, you can actually see through it. Completely opaque from a distance, but up close, you can actually see right through it. Works really cool for stuff like this. You could have a mask made of Mylar. Just a ball of anger. Good to see, glad to have you. It's an ancient. Indeed. I've come from my days gone by. Dest. Good to see, glad to have you. How well can you see? Yep, got that. Mask is really spooky. Is it? I feel it's quite charming. I honestly am considering making a new one that's like actually like making a mold of my face and like sculpting one that's like perfectly for my face because this is more of a generic one, but... Jachabel, good to see, glad to have you. Thoughts on Emmett Zelk's tax policy? What? I'm sure there's like a direct joke or something that's referenced that I'm just missing out on. You're not wearing the hood? I do have the hood. I could wear the hood if I want to. But now I just feel like then your path to the dark side will be complete. You know, I feel I got some Palpatine in it. Unlimited power! Don't clip that. No wonder they barely wear those masks. Yeah. Elio just speaks ancient. Yamidaniwaniga ezingo mingai naunga ioani sigioa namingioaiaie. Honestly, it reminds me also of like the speech from games like Shadows of the Colossus. My lips are sealed. I fear the day I level Black Mage. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Quinn, good to glad to have you. I just see the mask. Oblivion, good to glad to have you. I see the mask. I think of Court of Owls from Batman. That's fair. I see it. I should go cosplay like that to wear the Renaissance Fair. See the others' reactions to seeing it. Yeah. Mask itself is good. I was talking about you probably can barely see from it. No, actually I can see quite fine. I also have a lot of experience seeing out of things with very limited visibility. I used to do Troop with the 501st. For those who don't know, it's people who have movie accurate version of Stormtrooper and other Darksider outfits from Star Wars, like movie accurate versions. We go do charity events, and like I'll tell you what, Stormtrooper armor was not made for humans to wear, nor was it made for any ease of being able to see anything anywhere. So, you know, between that and working with other things with mesh, you get quite used to it. Kinky. Good to know about the reflective thing, but unfortunately I wear glasses, so masks are a no-go. And no, I have no intention on wearing contacts. You could, but the thing is you can make, so like one of the things here, I added foam to this mask so it protruded out more. You absolutely could add a little extra foam padding on the top and bottom of a place to allow room for glasses. Like, do I have my glasses here somewhere? No, they're downstairs. But you definitely could make it work. That explains the bad aim then, yeah. The 501st are super legit, yeah, it's a great time. I haven't been doing a lot of that lately because I've been busy with tea, but I used to do a lot more of that. Light, good to see, glad to have you. Oh my god, you're in the 501st? So cool. Yeah, I might have photos somewhere. But yeah, I have a film-accurate version of Kylo Ren and a film-accurate version of a New Hope Stormtrooper. Specifically, I have a, actually, is it hero or is it stunt? I think, if I'm not mistaken, my A New Hope Stormtrooper is a hero version, not a stunt version. For those of you who don't know, in most films, especially older films, there's a hero version of a prop made for like close-up shots, and there's a stunt version for like distant shots or like doing actions and stuff. Sometimes the difference is like the stunt ones are, you know, a lot of concessions are made for them for mobility sometimes, or they just aren't as high quality or what have you. The other thing is if you see a Stormtrooper, you're like, Stormtroopers just look like Stormtroopers, except for if you look closely, the Stormtrooper armor between every Star Wars film in like the original trilogy are wildly different. Like the ones in Empire Strikes Back have like completely different handguards. The ones in Empire in Return of the Jedi are like really squished because of problems with casting the ADS, and like it's a whole thing. Things that no one ever would care about, other than me and a few other people. The saw panel with the requirements, they're really trying to get accuracy down. Yeah, basically, you basically are doing film accurate. There are some leeways allowed, but you're basically what would have been used on set is what you're aiming for, or at least something that is effectively that. Not having glasses right next to you sounds like a nightmare to me, yet alone on another floor. Yeah, well, I'm lucky that, like, I have distance from far away, so I can see everything. Nothing in this room would be blurry to me. It's only if I was, like, 10 more feet out that I would have problems. Did you want to go Aether tuning today? I forgot to check earlier. I think, Ray, we're going to go straight into it from here because of the day days. That's part of the reason that I'm vamping a little now, because I kind of think that we're going to sticking on map 5. I guess I can just say Elpis now, while until such time that we finish it out. Usually stunt helmets have either perforation on eyes and just cleverly disguised larger holes. Yeah, sometimes that's for sure. A lot of this, the stunt Stormtrooper, actually, you had the plexiglass, the like green resin plexiglass. But what's cool is the Kylo Ren, that's all mesh. It's just double layered. Effectively, if you think about like stockings, it's basically similar material. It's just double layered so that you can see out of it really easily, but it's, unless you are like walking right up to it and like shining a light in, you can't see the other person's eyes. It's really cool. Dude, I'm so sad we can't meet Emma anymore. Yeah, unless dungeon. Yeah. But to everything it's time, right? Things are perennial, or you know, things are not perennial. Things are ephemeral, and like that's kind of the lesson, right? Is that this too it's the glorious tragedy and the beautiful thing. This too shall pass, and I like that better than making something last around forever and forever and forever until it loses itself or degrade. I mean, like, in a sense, kind of what the Ascians struggled with. They spent 12,000 years tied to their duty, but not one of them fully ever didn't lose something along the way, you know? I can't see far or up close. I'm blind as fuck. Oh, that sucks. My empathy to you. I'll see your Stormtrooper and raise you Dalek fans who follow individual casings through recognized individual imperfections for decades. As someone who has a screen-used Cyberman helmet somewhere downstairs, I know the truth of what you say, Ray. I know the truth of what you say. I need glasses to see anything. My vision is blurry, but I tried to wear contacts for color changing, but couldn't get them in my eyes. Yeah, I've done a lot of slips, so like the contacts that are not for vision, but for changing eye color and stuff. I've done a lot of those for cosplay, and it's definitely a thing you have to get down. One day we'll do classical Black Mage cosplay, and this information would be incredibly useful. Yeah, definitely. Look, if anyone ever wants to pick my brain for cosplay advice or help, I used to do it professionally. I have a few questions regarding the AEC. Good to see, glad to have you. Culture of the Ancients. How come we don't see anyone wear black masks? Did the thought ever cross your mind, or do they keep their hoods up outside of the Elpis? Anyone wear black masks? Well, to me, that's because the black masks are not a symbol of they're a symbol of the Ascians and their way, and like I think they might have seen it as like almost slightly sacrilegious to give them the masks, like the white masks of their brethren, because they're still unsundered. They're still effectively just servants. They're not like, they don't see them as co-equals. They wouldn't be worthy of, you know, the masks of their brethren or something like that. The fact that we don't see black masks, I don't find that strange for what they're used in the black mask Ascians. But it's also possible there was just different parts of the culture that there were some who used black masks. Didn't a Zem have a blast mask? We don't know what a Zem's mask was. Not as far as I know, unless there's something. Maybe glasses in their mask, yeah. Also, apparently the Ancients have glasses in this era, but do they wear masks over it? Yeah, I mean, again, like, here, you know what? Give me a second. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so I've got this mask on, right? I've added foam, you probably can't see it, to the edges, but I literally can just do... boom. And like, you could add a little bit of extra foam, you can make it, make it more comfortable and work even better, but glasses, I know people who have like Coke bottle glasses who have made cosplays work. You really, like, I wear glasses. I've worn glasses inside my Stormtrooper outfit. You can make it work, I promise. But yeah, didn't Zem have black mask? Loop, let me know if you know where that came from, because I don't know of any indication that we know what a Zem's mask looked like. Didn't we see the black mask inside of Zodiark while Fandianla are trying to take over? Those masks, the same ones that we see on Hades, the problem is we don't know that those were masks that were worn. The impression given by those masks, since they're the spirit of the dead, is that they are representations of those individuals, not actually masks that were physically worn by people. That at least is the impression that we're given, to me, both in Zodiark and when we fight Hades. I was trying to remember the Ancients with glasses, and then was like, oh right, wild freaks. Yeah. Wild freaks. Dun, dun, dun. We're not that far away from P4. I think I heard about it. Yeah, let me know if you can come up with something specific for why that was, Luke, because I don't. We've been given virtually no indication of their mask, or of their much about them. If I recall, one of the 5.x cutscenes shows someone with a black mask. It's been a while, but unsure if the person is specifically stated to be as them or not. Well, we never see... The only person we see time we see anything that could have been considered as them is when we see a Zem's shade when Hydaelyn looks at us. But the mask that a Zem's shade is looking... That is just the same as one of... Or not Hydaelyn, M itself. Is just the same model as Hydaelyn's and the other guys. And their masks are all white, but also they're glamours. They're still not the literal versions of these people. Lady! Good to see you. Glad to have you. The cutscene where Elpis kidnapped Y'shtola. Okay, yeah. Well, if you guys like find an image of it, please like definitely share it, or you know we can definitely look into it. Shall we get going, guys? Shall we finally get our journey into map 5 of Elpis? Man, we're so far into Endwalker, it's crazy. Yeah, definitely. Fan art is always an accurate source of lore. Elio can't open the door.
And here we are, Elpis. Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
How many of you have played Kingdom Hearts?
Just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
The boy!
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Well, we are in Elpis, guys. I guess
Come
we're supposed
now.
to do it correctly.
Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps.
I know that voice.
But I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
And of course they play the music of Amarot. God, Emmett got Norded. I know, like, who else thought it when they first saw it? I screamed it.
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
Hydaelyn can make anything look good, Ray. It's so true. What a beautiful man.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
No, he's trying to ignore us with all his might.
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
Even now, can't stand it.
That's
Doesn't
odd.
even know why, but can't.
It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
I
Don't
love
ask
the
me.
eye effect of
All
the
I know
ancients.
is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image.
I love
So
the way in
let's
which
leave
Emmett
it
is
be.
still the same character and also
Come
completely different. The grumpiness is there. Emmett, can you hear me?
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I love Hydaelyn so much. Oh, I love that eye effect. It's such a small thing that helps us make them seem...
or this may be unpleasant. You may
Yeah,
open your
100% agree,
eyes.
B. You definitely see how Emmett Cell could get... Yeah, exactly, Ray. That's what's great, is it's not the same character, but you see how this character gets to where he's at in Shadowbringers. 100%.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am Hydaelyn, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect.
Yes, you are.
Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend?
That's a good question.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then.
Lady, that's a great way of
What
putting it for
brings you
Hydaelyn.
here?
I'm seeking a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you
Oh,
harbor
Emmett.
suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree?
He's not wrong. Hydaelyn knows how to handle Emmett.
Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
This presence.
a lady. Axolotl! Or in Japanese, Oopa Loopa.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
Oopa Loopa. Yep, that's why Wooper in like
What
the
secrets are you
Pokemon.
hiding,
That's where its
I
name comes from.
wonder?
Oh. Okay, I want to. Okay, I want to keep going, but first I'm going to respond to some of you guys quick. So for those of you who don't know, Xehanort was a character from Kingdom Hearts. He's a white-haired character with golden eyes, and when he takes over other people's bodies, it's called people call it Nording them, and their hair turns white and eyes turn gold. And he looks shockingly like a version of Xehanort, and like Ansem. Yeah, you definitely see Emmett Cell could be the way. I think if the glowing eye effect is based on the Greek thing, here they used to believe the eyes had a light inside them that allow people to see. Interesting, AC. That's a really cool idea. We have a question. While they are not one-to-one, Emmett and Solus, at least the young one we see, looks similar. Why do you think that is? That's probably because he had remember that Garlean's or Hades. Asians can change the form of the body they're in. So, like, over time, they can meld it into whatever visage they want for it. And so I suspect that it's less that Solus looked like Emmett and more that Emmett altered some of Solus's look. Also, I mean, like, while they share, like, if Solus had just had brown hair, sure, the facial structure would be a little similar, but there's actually facial structure is different, and the hair is different, and the golden eyes may have been a thing that were added by Emmett that he did not naturally have as a Garlean. So there were differences, you know. But the similarity I think was probably due to Emmett's machinations. Finding a weird creature. He said, still a tad small, don't you think? In my case, rude. Hello there, everyone. Ancient Cosplay. Indeed, Lynn. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Rad. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I knew Zolos was cloned, but if he was originally born as Emmett's immortal form of a dead human who Emmett took over, I don't know. Yeah, we know that Asians can meld the bodies of, like, alter the bodies of those who they possess. I mean, I said I've lived 1,000 lives, but whenever each of those were possessing bodies or being born over and over, I decay. Whether each of those were possessing bodies or, it would be possessing bodies would be, I think, it would be what he's talking about. He's lived the life of through our eyes 1,000 times, as well as he's lived 12,000 years in the world post-sundering. You know, he's very Bishonen. Yeah. ES makes a comment in Shadowbringers that he can't make adjustments. They can make adjustments to his host. Yeah, cool. Ray's got it. Yeah. That's a good question. Hi, that's a good question. Nice to meet you. It's so weird having a Zem referred to as he. Yeah, well, it's different for all of us. Find it normal. Yeah, it's odd for me. I honestly believe that most accurate appearance of a Zem is based on the meteor comet model, though I think canonically they share similarities to your Warrior of Light most of all. Well, canonically we don't know. Canonically we're not told. So there is no canon in terms we don't know if the warrior if that Zem looks like the Warrior of Light. We don't know if they look like Comet. We don't know because Ardbert shares our soul, but he doesn't look like the canonical Warrior of Light, for instance. The answer for Azem is if anyone tells you that they know currently, they are just wrong or lying. Elpis is such a pretty area. It really is. Yeah, Oopa Loopa. Here, let me show. I can pull it up. Oopa Loopa. So so Oopa Loopa. Come on. So there was a period of time in Japan where there was like a whole bunch of, there was like an ad, you know how sea monkeys are here? There was a point where there was a huge ad campaign for axolotl in Japan, and there was a whole campaign around it, and they got known as Oopa Loopa. Yeah, 1985 appeared in TV commercial Wase Ego as a substitution for Ahoro Toru. Oh, so instead of being called Ahoro Toru, which would be axolotl, like, cause another, I would have thought it would have been Toru, but instead it's Ahoro Toru. But that instead they got, it became, but Ahoro Toru is like the scientific name that they would have used in terms of calling them axolotl, or at least taking it from English. But the term in Japanese Ahoro Toru it literally means stupid old fart. So they rebranded them and renamed them. They called them Upa-Rupa. And that's in Japanese, axolotl are called Upa-Rupa. And it looked like another character from Final Fantasy. I'm sorry for not clarifying. Yeah, no worries, Luke. Just sometimes I miss that. He from Kingdom Hearts, and let me pull that up real quick. Also, you guys are fucking adorable, and I love you all. And you give me the feels. We're all dressed up now. The only person not dressed up is Elio, for shame. Ansem, Kingdom Hearts. So, for those of you who do not know, this is where the joke's about, so there's this guy who is a guy being possessed by, well, technically it's this Heartless, but so this is Xehanort, and he takes over people's bodies for reasons, and this is young Xehanort. And this is like him with all the people he's possessed at different points. So they're all guys in black robes with white hair and glowing gold eyes. So, yeah. Yeah. Super old crepe, yeah. Totally crepe. Wait, you never seen a Mikote agent before? Not as such. However, it is fascinating to bear witness to him. Maybe we'll learn of such things as we go along. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. White, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour. Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to aether and creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, but be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evolution at the Bureau of the Architect. Important note, they cannot create souls. As part of the process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. Fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring with us. Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be the man at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emet wishes to keep a low profile for his errands, so do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. I can't say I do. No? In that case, Emet? No, your whims, your responsibilities. You're getting not another thimble of aether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh-on bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. What an interesting group of ancients. These researchers are from Academia Nida's Word of Halmarot, here to observe the state of local flora. I wish they would give equal attention to the ambient environment, specifically how much noise they are adding to it with their little debate. Mark, good to see you, glad to have you. So in Japanese, the Oompa Loompas in Willy Wonka Factory get called... No. Oompa Rupa, not Oompa Loompa. Oompa Rupa. Oompa Loompa would probably be like... Umu Puru Rumu... I don't know. I don't know what Oompa Loompas would be in Japanese. See it with that one, yeah. Because time travel. What were we referring to, Mac? Oh, I love Elpis dress, but due to the assy and ancient style being a potential spoiler, I don't let myself wear it often, which is a shame since I've run roulettes a lot. Rag, I have never worn it outside of Elpis because of that exact thing. Also, I got it. I was on day 2 of Endwalker being out, and I was not gonna go wear that in Limps or anything. I'm sure a bunch of people did, but to me that was like, that'd be the height of like small spoiler. I mean, not even small spoiler. Yes, these creatures should suffice. But everyone gets to make that decision for themselves. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Petalidae. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petalidae first. Good luck. No means no. Just be grateful I'm even willing to wait. Oh, I forgot to upgrade my equipment before I ever came here. That's fine. I love seeing when this game does characters at different points in their lives, or at the very least, or like does, you know, the Exarch and Graha, like going to pains to like show that there's a difference between the Exarch and Grahatia as we know him in 5.3, because like different responsibilities and those weights, and people change throughout their lives, and especially with, and that's good, that's important. You can still see the man Emma is, and the man he becomes under the circumstances he has to. But he's also not quite the exact same character, and I just love it. Because I feel like the most boring thing you could say is like people are static and the exact same thing all throughout their lives. You know, like they're like that's definitionally boring, right? Just because it's unchanging, it's static. Not that there isn't room to have some characters, I guess, who could be like that. I use until the end of the Elpis part, then I remove the same with the winter clothes from Garlemald. Totally, Mac. I'm with you on that. If all you people wear dyed dress, you can have a rainbow dress as a group. Wait, but a rainbow's 7 colors. What's the 8th color? Black? You got the peddler dye. Come, let us see. Oompa Roompa. In Japanese. Thank you, Ray Ray. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. There it is. It's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're not trying to stand out. Try it on for size. You turn living beings into clothing, just like that. Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to the constituent aether first. Lest you wonder why I asked for 2 species, it's due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce garb with superior etheric stability. If anyone's seen Guardians 3, I'm just going to say that there's some interesting parallels between Elpis and the High Evolutionary. I mean, I don't think it's a one-to-one, I think it's a very different, but I think there's an interesting parallel there. Well and good to disguise and educate, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Selk speaks the truth. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up any excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you are familiar. The question is, whose? Of course! Azem's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. Aye. With that, your story is settled. Let's continue on our errand. I love the confirmation that Emmett was always like this, and it was just the megalomania which developed over time. Well, and also that he was always sentimental, but that it's not clothing, right? It's okay. Here, what I'm gonna do is I'll cast as a glam because it's Oh, did I even attune? Oh, I don't. Oh, I guess that doesn't count as an attunement. Well, that's okay. I don't have to do much fighting, so in the short term, I'm just gonna. Am I crazy? Man, I gotta clean up these inventories again. Should be gray, and it wouldn't be high quality. Sophist, there we go. Okay, let me catch up on you guys quick. It's always a lovable jerk. If you had to make a guess, what weapon does Azem use? I know we won't get definitive answer, but I think it's fun as a subject of study. I think the answer for I think the only answer for what Azem uses is all of them. I think I can't say yet because we haven't got there. Think to the only other person who's occupied the role of Azem that we know of, and their propensity to not use a single weapon and instead, and that like their job is the traveler, the adventurer. They see all the different places, meet all these different people, learn all these different arts. I would only ever imagine an Azem, someone who wields the role of Azem would never just use one weapon. That's what I would say. How many? Anyone's argument. I never use my blue. Yeah, no worry. Yeah. I wore the robes in the trust for the dungeon, but yeah, it was good taste not to wear it outside of Elpis at the time. Yeah. He's Elpis part of that removed. I'm such a cutie. Who needs 2 healers anyways? I imagine the Oompa Loompa song would not carry over right in Japanese some verses. Oompa Loompa Noobody Doo. Still works. Maybe Azem has the ability to swap jobs in combat like their predecessor. Yeah. Yes, the first thing to do when traveling to the very distant past. Kill a butterfly. Yeah, right, Infinite. Guardians 3 was really good. Yes, it was. It got me crying. Especially because when I look at Deadpool, I always think of, like, he kind of looks a little bit like a raccoon, so. Oh my god, kill a butterfly infant. Oh god, the butterfly effect. Oh, those oh my god. Wow. Okay, that took me a second. Do you know what color Azem's soul is? No, but I would know as far as I know, but I'm just going to go with the color of the crystal of Azem. I love that Azem was canonically a chaotic gremlin. Yes, they were. I love Elpis for all the secondhand tales of Azem. If you want to go more Kingdom Hearts, best friends are always paired in 3s. Yeah. My friend wore the Elpis robes when they were accompanying me all throughout the MSQ, and somehow I never put 2 and 2 together until I reached Elpis and got the same robe. Hey, it's nice when a spoiler is staring you in the face and you don't realize it. It's much better than when you do. If you are ready, then let us continue along the path to Anagnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. What did you guys all think when you first reached Elpis? Like, how did you feel? And especially, like, not just, oh, you know, excited to see Emmett, but, you know, you're seeing the world unsundered. You're also seeing it like this, but you also know the tragedy that looms. You know where they end up. I also love so much that they bothered to like be like, oh, you're not going to be able to interact with the world, and oh, you must not change the timeline, and all these things, and then immediately like, oh no, you're actually fully engaging in this. I thought it was going to be like a long cutscene, or it was going to be like a, you know, instanced area or something. I didn't think it was going to be like map 5. Right away and fell in love with the stone became my favorite. I almost cried being able to walk amongst the ancients. I was in awe when I first arrived. The Alchemist questline reveals our soul color to be a brilliant shade of blue. Ah, good call, AC. Though, to be fair, it might have just been referred to the alchemical reagent reacting to our soul as the color. But if we assume that that is true, then that's a close, you know, that's definitely evidence. Good one, AC. Amazing, agreed. I was screaming at my Warrior of Light to change history. Wow. Very green to be overgrown. Wow, more crying. I'm still fresh after Emerald. I understood a little better why Emmett was so desperate to bring it back. Yeah. Why it was such a paradise. Yeah. It was agree on not expecting it to be a map, was thinking just a cutscene or a duty at most. Yeah. Oh, whoops, I passed by them. It was so pretty, but yeah, there was a lot of underlying tension for me, feeling everything could go wrong at any time. Totally needs to go. I simultaneously was at peace and in tension and worried and stressed and joyful, and yeah, it was all those things at once. I was thinking, oh no, time travel again. I think I have no problem with the way that they've used it in 14 because I think they put it to very specific effect. My problem with time travel is using it like for not meaningful intent. The other thing is that because everything ultimately is part of a fixed loop, it doesn't really undermine anything particularly. It's not like, oh, we can just go back and change everything. Things that happened did happen. And so, to me, this is no different than traveling to another reflection, effectively, because also, this was always supposed to happen. Effectively, it's always been part of the fixed loop. Super excited, but also kind of sad. I like the little hints of how it wasn't a perfect society, but at least, in my opinion. No, definitely, lady, I think that's hinted at throughout here. That's how you get Hermes as he is, as we'll see. And that's also true with Pandemonium, right? Like, Pandemonium points that out. I was in awe of the area, but also kind of sad knowing what was going to happen, but anxious as to how it was going to go wrong. Of course, my first task when I got there was instantly dye my Elpis dress meadow green. I agree with that this is going to go poorly at any moment, Dread. was waiting for to find the moment where they became cast out of their paradise like fallen angels. I was thinking the verse from The Edge, like broken angels, wingless cast from Heaven's Gate. Yeah. Well, we always knew that was the Sundering. So the thing is like the question was, were we close enough to the events that happened at the Sundering that we would ever bear witness to it? Oh, here I'm gonna unequip that, unequip that, and then I need to use that. That'll be glammed, and now I can cast glamour. There we go. That was weird. Okay, feet. And then I don't think I have anything to hide my hands, do I? I do have Outsider's gloves. That's better. Let's try that. Oh, interesting. For now, I am just going to... the things we do for glamour, guys. Oh, because outside glamours are gunbreaker only. That was the problem. No. That's fine. We'll do it this way. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks and apologies for disrupting your work. I say it, Lodeus. I've never met Hermes. You know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his aether? That I could. As you know, Emenselk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see aether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of our dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. There's this real sense of dread and curiosity throughout Elpis because you're told you can't change anything, but the first thing you do upon appearing is change things. Or do you? Right? I like it when we're trying to change history and don't accept that the don't do anything, stepping on eggshells, go full KAI for good cause, hope it works out. Then if nothing changed, at least we tried. So it is important to point out that how time travel works here is that nothing we're doing is changing anything. Everything we do was already the order of operations as it was. We don't come to Elpis if we have not been to Elpis. Us going to Elpis in the first place is required for if we have never come back to Elpis, we're never sent there by Elidibus. Also, Hydaelyn references knows that we are coming here. She knows and she references it on the ship before we arrive. So as well as other events that have happened prior. In Shadowbringers, Hydaelyn and Minfilia send Ardbert back and don't let him give himself to stop the flood of light because they know what his purpose is by the end of 5.x, or by the end of 5.0, right? She says it is not your time, and knows clearly what's going to happen later on. Because of events that will happen later, Hydaelyn knows everything we've done up to this point. And so it's only once we come back that everything is truly open and we don't know. No one has any idea what's going to happen next. To be honest, the looming tragedy, knowing how they all use all creation magics and have these god complexes, I guess the coming fate didn't exactly surprise me. Not saying deserved, just expected. Yeah, I wouldn't say that, like, it's easy enough to piece together. Maybe this is not all what it seems. Totally, V, good way to put it. It's not, but I think, like, why it hits has nothing to do with which I'm not saying you're saying, but I don't think is the shock factor, right? It's not like oh, the place that seems like utopia actually may not be exactly all it aims to be, is like, that's not the most interesting thing, right? It's like the truth behind it and the tragedies behind it and the monsters formed from it, right? Just like how Xenos is forged, not born, the way Yotsu's forged, not born, the way that Emmet and the Ascians, as we know them later on, are forged, not born. Hermes himself was forged. His heartbreak was a byproduct of the world that, you know. Oh, there they are. You want me to run some Emperor's Gloves to you real quick? Sure, yeah, actually that would be great, Misako, if you would. Drip is the real endgame, it's true. I couldn't help but think of Elpis as a false paradise, or rather a paradise lacking that certain elements to make it meaningful in the grand scheme of life. It's just an experiment and feels hollow. I mean, the problem is that they did have a paradise free of pain. But the problem is, for many, but the problem is that if you are omnipotent, effectively, but not maybe necessarily omniscient, like, and you can do anything, but you don't value life appropriately, it can break some people, you know? And I don't think it's a false paradise in a sense. But I think that the idea that there's ever a true utopia, yeah, there is a darkness to it, to the willingness to sacrifice the few for the greater good, right? To sacrifice any life for what is seen as an aims for the greater good, because inexorably that leads towards whatever you justify, what you choose to justify as the greater good is the greater good. Like as we see with Emmett Selk, right? We see to him, he could justify the genocide of the Reflections because the greater good for the star was for the world unsundered to be brought back. That was the greater good, you know. They never really clear notion, but do ancients treat their familiars as servants? It depends on what you mean as servants, but like I would say, think about how Meteion treats her Parago, right? Or Mammoths are treated, or I think like it's the same idea. I really believe things went too well and the ancients became complacent and thought it couldn't change. Then they couldn't handle real life or something like that. Yeah, basically. And the problem is that if all you know is paradise, how do you ever learn to handle suffering? If your life is only good, what happens when it is bad, you know? Stagnant utopia is what I came to. Yeah. And not nearly as much of a utopia as Emmett Selk implied. You know, it's interesting because I think it depends from whose perspective, right? Because in a sense, it was a utopia. Everything they did in Elpis, even though they were willing to sacrifice lives to like the lives of being, these were all, it's like programs to them. They're creating, these are all just like, they're all etheric constructs. We're all etheric constructs. We all return to the star. That is the natural way of things, and it's good. And all that is important is that the star continues to function well. And if these beings return to the ethereal sea, that's okay. If we have to sacrifice them when they return to the ethereal sea because they don't work perfectly, that is okay. Because, thank you, Misako. In their mind, it's okay because they'll die they'll choose to return to the star one day, and that is the natural flow. All of this is okay. None of this is bad. None of it is a problem. Like, there's no reason to be upset. But what happens when you're one of those creatures and you want to live? What happens when you desperately, more than anything, You know, what happens when you value life for its own sake? Then what does that greater good mean, you know? Never made it is, I really believe, do you ever explain why the convocation masks look so sinister compared to the common white masks, or is it a Greek thing? You know what theater for expression masks? I think it's just relative, right? I think imagine if those masks were symbols of office and station and majesty, you know, and that was your association with them, like culturally. I don't think they would look near as sinister to... I mean, you could also imagine something like a commedia dell'arte of like, that's the idea of this role is this thing and something. I don't know. I just imagine that like there would be an association with them that wouldn't be as negative. I love that Elio is taller than the ancients. You gotta love an Elzen boy. Question about the ancient true form thing. Are all ancients born not looking like we see them and change to their standard form, or is it just the strongest ones who have a true form? We don't know. We don't know the process of how necessarily ancients are born, and if they come out in that form and then take on this guise as a form of being not equitarian, what the fuck is it, but basically of equal status, or if what it's more like is that everyone's born like this but they have a true self inside. Imagine if like your imagination, like you have a version of yourself in your own head that was what represented you perfectly, and it may not be your physical body that you were born with, but you have the ability and potential to just turn into that at any time. This is an example of why I think the society doesn't measure individuality based on an outward appearance. They do value, just not superficially. Yeah, I like the term, yeah, stagnant utopia. Yeah, both when Emet glimpses a Zem in the Warrior of Light and when Elpis later perceives the Warrior as a Zem, they wear a black mask. That I don't think that black mask is black. That mask is just their hood. But let's see. That's just the lighting in that scene. I know the shot you're talking about. Yeah, here I pulled up one of the shots. You know what? I have an easy way to check this that I will check later. We can just pull it up in a model viewer and we'll look at it then. Because instead of me just talking about the lighting, we can prove it one way or another. I'll do that. That's a great idea, guys. Thanks for bringing it up. Oh, for sure about Forged Not Born, but I guess I always expect a nuance and fine learning as we go. But I guess ultimately learning didn't make it any more tragic, I guess. I guess ultimately learning didn't make it any more. Yeah, okay. Makes sense, V. The Matrix went through a similar problem, a prototype iteration of simulated paradise with no suffering. People rejected it. Humanity couldn't handle it. It's interesting because there's no impression of that. There's no impression that the ancients couldn't handle perfection. The problem is that they still seek their own way. But Athena was crazy. Yeah, but Athena was also driven crazy, a little bit crazy. We're told that she was driven a little bit crazy, but also that was all within her already. We're also told specifically that, like, her desire for that and her belief that her way was the right way. Yeah. Maybe a Black Mass Asians were given the color to denote their job as the major laborers who go into the world and travel around like a Zem. I wouldn't think it would be connected to Zem, but maybe. Headcanon fake lore. When Hades saw his mask of office, he made exactly the same grumpy face as it portrays. When a Zem brings down his hand to summon his red mask rune thing, it's just a cat emoji. Maybe some ancients should have touched some grass. Yeah. Well, like, again, sometimes it's about context. It's the only world they know. They have such funny faces. Our first meeting. Are you Hermes, by chance?
Huh. You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Elpis has just started and I'm crying.
Ah, I see you found him.
Hydaelyn. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
He knows what that means.
You were of the convocation.
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
It's interesting. The color means he knows he's convocation, but doesn't know what the mask means in specific.
You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend?
Oh my god, it's
But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chanced to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteion. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong, Hermes?
And the mastoma is missing.
I totally agree, lady. He plays 3 separate characters,
I may
and
have
I love
found it.
that.
A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
Because he plays Hermes, he plays Amon, and he plays Fandaniel, who plays... Fandaniel plays himself slightly differently than Amon.
For limbs.
The fashion has been to
Get him,
imbue
boy.
aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish.
God damn it, Metron.
The Amistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
So also remember, the stuttering only affected anything that was on the star. The universe itself was not sundered. If that's what you're getting at, Crepe. Crepe.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
Hug them.
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
So like the Dragon Star was not sundered, for instance. Cool, yeah, that's what we're getting at. Cool. Unsundered Oxidals, the true heroes. Hermes VA. I love Hermes VA so much. In More of Light's history, and Ambistoma hid himself in her robe and went to the future with her. Now she has to take care of little escape artist. Oh, that's super cute. Ball. Doesn't exactly look like a Gemini. The Master Cape generally shares elements of zodiac signs related to the seal, generally say, but not for Scorpio, Gemini. Yeah, it's definitely something to think about for sure. Same. I wanted to protect that little blue bird the moment she opened her mouth. Same. Yep, same. V says same. Yeah, there's some interesting parallels. There's multiple points in this story where there's like some parallels to Hear, Feel, Think, which are very interesting. At this point in time, she is so happy and joyful. She she just loves everything. She does, and she just wants to love everything. The Ambistoma was submitted to the Bureau not long ago. I'm pleased to see it has found its way here. We'll make sure these little ones don't wander off like their adventurous fellows. Go on and lend Hermes a hand. The tenet of the words of Meteion is to create aquatic life both unique and beneficial. Aquatic! What would possess them to put this creature in the sky? And is it even aquatic to begin with? Did you know Meteion wears sandals? What? Really hope we meet Hitler again in the future. Can't make comments because until we're finished with Endwalker, but I would not... We'll talk about it for sure. Do you know why the 3 unsundered are unsundered? We don't know, other than what we've been told by off the cuff by either Koji or the lore people outside of the game, is that Hydaelyn for some reason allowed those 3 to slip through the spell of the sundering. As for why, what I would argue is if Hydaelyn knows everything's supposed to play out the way it does, Hydaelyn allowed those 3 through because she knew that they would be important. How would be so if they popped themselves into the interdimensional rift while it happened, it's possible that they could have come back. Slight spoilers for later, but remember how the Flood of Darkness is described on the 13th and how a certain character was able to avoid it? Something like that could have happened. And it would mainly make sense that it was Hydaelyn knowing the importance of those 3. Hermes, are you all right? It seems Hermes and Meteion have found their quarry, a creature known as, in this age, as the Ambistoma. Hermes, how did you... Though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The Ambistoma! Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please, stand back. Hermes, are you all right? Quite all right, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteion. Both you and, Eorzean. Eorzean, you're called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I've forgotten all about its fellows! Well, Ethlodeus and Emmett Selk were watching them.
Truly, what a relief. I must thank Amitselk and Hydaelyn when I return to them. But first, with the distraction out of the way, as Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here.
In search of Hermes. Implication that Venat specifically left holes in the Sundering for them via implied in the reincarnation crossover. Yeah, crossovers are always circumspect, but I would say from everything we've heard elsewhere, that is that Venat intentionally allowed them to not be sundered. As to why, well, you should have your answer by the time we finish Elpis. Also, I love the name of the quest because they're all like ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome.
Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let's return to Anagnorisis.
Also, if you've not watched the short story about Hermes and Meteion, read it, we did a reading of it that I really am happy with. So if you haven't, and that Ray did some lovely photos for. Ray or V, if one of you guys want to toss it in there. Already hyped for 6.5, so I can do the past story all at once. Have you not done 6.1 on yet, Crepe? People don't realize this because it's hard to see, but it's true. She had bird sandals. I don't think she does. I think she just has feet. Those are just her feet. Did not think this stream was gonna end up with me staring at Meteion's feet for a second, but life's so weird. Yeah, I mean, like, she has a bind around here, but those are just her feet. I don't think she's wearing sandals. Like, those are just her legs.
"'Twas blissfully uneventful in your absence. The little ones were on their best behavior."
Waiting for stuff to give. Thank you, Tracy.
"My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambistomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space. If you go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you'll see a table and chairs. A meeting area. We may speak there."
Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. With how many creatures here can fly, later some creatures that explicitly can't fly. My theory at this point was that the Hermes got very sad because Meteion couldn't fly. Meteion can, well, she can't fly as you would. But she can soar the heavens. Remember, he created her to be able to fly, but he was worried. Well, there will be lines about this later. But he's Hermes. He's such a sweet man, but ye gods, he gets himself in trouble. I can relate. I like to think Elio could have caught Hermes had he asked. Yeah. They're playing new Elder Scrolls where levitation is outlawed. Just hanging around. Yeah. When Word lays in small clothes, they wear sandals. Meteion wears sandals. Proof burb girl for playable character. You had a lot of fun with the Meteion in that one, yeah. A question of life, Tales of the Dawn. You get a clear shot when someone tries to grab her by the ankle or when the camera zooms at her footsteps. Yeah, we'll keep looking, but I think those are just supposed to be naturally her legs, and what you may be seeing is potentially part of the model clipping, because like there might be feet within them, but like I think that's meant to be her actual legs.
While Amitselk has been accommodating thus far, he is the one who has business with Hermes. If you wish to attend, you will have asked to ask his permission.
You know what? Let's also look at Meteion concept art. I wonder if there's concept art that we can use. Because usually the art with the characters will, if they have like clothing, that you'll get image references for their clothing. Okay. Here, maybe this, I think I see what you're talking about now is different than what I'm talking about. So if you look, Meteion's got these little things here. So are you talking about these little sandals that go on her feet? I thought you meant her like talons here, like these are supposed to be sandals. But you meant bird sandals as in these, I'm assuming. Because we saw this strap when we looked at them earlier. Man, I gotta get some color lights and stuff going back here. It looks pretty dreary. By the way, guys, thanks for populating the map. It's really cute. It's so cool to see you guys like. And it also just makes it feel more vibrant.
Place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
He's not entirely wrong to be, like, circumspect of us.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
Oh, that is the please tell me yes face. There are reasons I cannot speak freely, and I have important things to say as well.
I'm sure your business with Hermes is quite pressing. You may speak with him to your heart's content after ours is concluded.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe he can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
Yeah, Rag. Me too.
So, it's finally happened.
Oh god,
then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Hermes was never taught how to deal with grief or loss because everyone just accepted it as fine, and the world didn't know how to help
him. Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place. that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom.
That's some setup.
Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteion outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Yep, exactly, Tracy. It was beautiful when it was a choice. Yep. Exactly, Ray. And the thing that's important is that the mask isn't just about you not allowed individuality. It's about it's not just a straight ignoring of individuality. They accept that people have different talents and the different members of the convocation. Like individuality, it's not everyone is completely must not have any personage or whatsoever. It's this idea that we are all equal in the eyes of the star, and we try to live up to that. That just because Emmett Selk is more powerful than Hermes in raw strength does not mean that Emmett Selk is better. It's trying to live up to an ideal. I think is where that comes from. Most would jump at a chance to serving the convocation, and yet... Don't mind us, my friend. Please tend to Meteion.
Forgive me. I will make it up to you, I promise.
Yeah, poor sweet little bird. His VA really does calm and insane voice so well. His range is impressive. Yeah, the fact that you can still hear Amon in there. You can hear Amon completely, but yet it's a completely different character. I've always loved Hermes' VA, his performance so much. I got yeah. The moment when they talk about willingly, dyingly, suddenly made the ancients seem like a cult. No, but it's not a cult. It's them. It's they don't die of old age. They are not like us, right? They can make whatever they want, and they don't die of old. It's incredibly rare. Literally, Hydaelyn has lived for an incredibly long amount of time already, and he's like, I don't hear the word die. Wow, I don't hear that word very often, because it's a rare thing. We choose, their whole purpose in life is to serve the star in their eyes and to be a part of making it better for those who come after, and for those who follow, and to be its stewards. And when they feel they are done and their time is done, like they can keep going, or they can they can go back to the return ethereal sea, I think, like, I love it because Hydaelyn, I think it's really important to pay attention to how Hydaelyn is talking there, is that is how they see it. It's not, I have done my job, now it's time to off myself. It's, I am done, I lived a good life, and I'm ready, and it is my time. It's not so different than, like, assisted suicide, for instance. With people feel like, I have nothing left to give, and I'm good, I am at peace, Yeah, I like the mask idea. Think of how much bias you get rid of when you don't judge on looks or difference in appearance. That's always what I thought it was going for. Yeah, definitely. So given what has been said, Fandaniel's role was to create beings or something like that, which makes Amon did an interesting parallel. Yes, it is really interesting the degree to... Well, so the role of Fandaniel isn't just the creation of beings, because like it's not just the Elpis overseer. Convocation of 14. Let me look real quick. Pull up. I know that they have a written thing for what Fandaniel is. Yeah, because I think it's like extent phenomena or something. What is it? Pursuer of extent phenomena, called it, held by Hermes prior to joining the convocation. Basically, it's like that's one of the reasons that Hermes was important, is because he understood things like Akasha, and that was and weird stuff, like the boundaries of like the weirdness of Aether, like the ethereal ley lines, things like that. There's so many parallels in the game. The convocation is like Organization 13. But not really, because Organization 13, all Organization 13 is a bunch of dude in black robes who are literal nobodies, not figurative nobodies, who just want hearts. Like, maybe some aesthetic ones, but definitely not, like, in purpose. As far as I remember, we saw only... The Wolf and Daniel's extent phenomenon, yeah. Are you sure this familiar as the Zems? They look at Warrior of Light jumping and dancing on the table they're talking about. Yep. As far as I remember, we saw only one old-looking ancient without dealing with spoilers with his personality. I'm not sure he didn't choose to look old himself and look more stern. Yeah, exactly, Infinite. And they do think that they could come around again. It's not like you die and that's it. Right, because your soul goes to the ethereal sea and it can be born into new life, right? The one look because it was hot, yeah. Like, there's, like, the level to which any, ancient looks the way they do is probably by choice because of their ability to alter their physical form. I'm sorry, Elio. I didn't mean to, a walk. Perhaps we can go for walk? Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So why'd you come here? I came searching Hermes for some answers and to learn about Elpis. You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun, Meteion. Let's do it. It will be! Where to start? Yes, let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetherite. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have to explain instead. Yeah, appearance-wise, yeah. It's a good thing Deadpool was not in the room when he said walk. Oh, yeah, he would have... I'm surprised. If the door was partially closed right now, I'm sure he would have barreled it open. I wonder where the boy is. You guys want to see the boy? I can go get him. Oh my god, he's gonna get fur all over this, isn't he? Worth it. Well, the Aetherite. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. What are you guys doing? Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Is that ancient drowning? Well, anyways. The boy. You guys want to see the boy? Okay, I can get the boy. It's right, we can use a teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, but not to the ground or other isles. Yeah, I mean, not surprising that there is ground and that not all or other isles. Interesting. Yeah, but that's explicit that there's definitely... What's interesting is we know Pandemonium lies far beneath Elpis, but like, what constitutes the ground? There's a crime scene being cleaned. Talking about ancients returning to the star. Okay. Oh, also, not to be okay. So because Deadpool arrived with all my other stuff did, I have my art stuff that I'm gonna go back to setting up. But a friendly reminder that if you guys draw any art for T, that is, it can be of me, V, Ray, Naniri, anyone. I'm trying again. I'll get a bigger and better board for it, but I will post it all up on the board. Raven, I don't know if you know, by the way, but Naniri still uses your Naniri fish as their icon on Discord. Careful. Careful. Come here. Yeah. Come here. Come here. Yep, come here. Can you come here? Come here. Oh, yeah, come on. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he was in the basement, and I'm on the 2nd floor, so he had to go up like 3 flights of stairs. You wave at the people? Oh. This is my familiar. Good job, bud. You want to hang out longer? Yeah, you can keep hanging out. There you go. Okay. He has a soul, though. Good boy. The salmon kills me every time. I know, the Neri salmon's really funny. Wish I could draw it. Me too, Tracy. I'm terrible 2D artist. I can 3D model, like, pretty well, but I cannot draw in 2 dimensions to save my life. Okay. Memnon.
Ah, what have we here? Though you look like a person, your aether is quite thin. I assume you're familiar like Meteion. Is there something you need? Give me a second to...
How's the audio sound, by the way?
This is Meteion. This is Elio. Could you teach him about Elpis?
Ah, newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fairly fair facility to him. As you know, it's mankind's duty to make a star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well, and be good. Do you hear?
We will, Memnon. We will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn. Now I get a turn.
Man, it's nice. I like that when I've done short stories for characters, I do their voices much better. Like, for instance, Erenville.
Where did you come from?
From a place that's far away, facing a great threat.
There's such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power.
Fitness to exist, kind of eugenic, not gonna lie. Yeah, you're not wrong. But it's not so much eugenics. It is, but it's not. It's interesting because it's not so much that it's about their creating superior life. It's about, but they are. They're tending living beings and creating them like we would tend crops and, you know, in aims of making a better world, right? It's all in aims of making a better world, not just for themselves, but for everyone in their mind. They're not just making it because they're superior, trying to make a world of just about them. So while it is eugenics. It's not. It's interesting that it's more comparable to farming's. And farming's actually even worse than what they're doing in a sense. Audio's been good. It hurts when you moved and slapped the microphone. I'd care if it's loose or something. If I slapped it, it was just accidental. The microphone stand may have just fallen. Guy mentioned my Miko ears and tail. Oh, did he? Interesting, Bald. Actually, for any of you who play a non-hero Eorzean, did you get any comments on anything about you? So the ancients see us as two familiars hanging out like a date. I don't know if they would say a date, but just like two familiars hanging out doing their duty. Fitness to exist. I live way out in the country, so I would let Boo Boo out for a while to play each day. He got in the wrong neighbor's yard, and the neighbor got rid of him, so I don't have my kitty anymore. Oh, Cathra. I'm sorry. That's really hard. my empathy to you. To our credit, we do help make the star a better place. We do, but the whole question is at what cost, right? And what do we recognize about that cost? You know, because like the ancients go along uncaring, like not uncaring, but like just seeing as like what they're doing is good. It's good. It's just an unalloyed good without any cost. There is never a dull moment with Eorzean. Their fondness of minerals makes them highly unique, and I dare say they will be no less popular. So they were once theorized to be, maybe it wasn't void sent, but I think they were. I'm trying to remember if there was like soulkin, I think. But clearly, since they are on Elpis, they're probably actually beastkin. I forget what EE1 actually says specifically about them. But there's been arguments about their taxonomy. I do love that because you can find Gale cats here in Elpis. That's the confirmation that they are not actually void sent. The bunny ears get comments. He calls the Lalafell toy-like. Oh my god, that's crazy. Comments on bunny ears. They just kept saying that I am small. That's funny. When you create stuff from whole cloth, you have to figure out how stuff is going to fit in. Right, especially when it comes from your imagination. Imagine having to do world building, but you have to make every single aspect of the world, and anything that kind of conflicts with each other has to be tuned and fixed, right?
Spriggans? What are Spriggans?
Well, from where I'm from, that's what these are called.
Oh no, we call them Oreli. If there's many, it's just one. We say Orias. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them.
There are two possibilities. Either the races that we know them came about, they are the new life that sprang forth after Zodiark quickened the ethereal, celestial ley lines of the star. We know that new life came forth. We don't know what that means. So that was either the races as we know them, and then the sundering happened and those races were sundered, or due to the sundering, the races as we know them were created in part, which is why you would see no ancients. We are all byproducts, basically, the ancients in some way. We don't know which way it is. There's comments both way and implications both way. Dude, you guys remember when everyone used to think that this was Emmett Selk's soul? Like, following us around during Shadowbringers?
Oh, this creation. But I don't remember seeing it before.
Oh, here.
This creation is perfect, but I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyways, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intentions, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent lifeforms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I'm clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Haha, good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at?
What am I good at? I'm a man of many skills, but fighting is maybe probably the most among them.
Oh, fighting. That means you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him.
That's foreshadowing.
I think we might be bothering it.
Sarah, good to see, glad to have you.
Let's keep going. We'll go and see Euthane next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row.
Oh, thank you for whoever got the actions. I mean, headcanoning that, like, there is a lot of ways in which I think you could definitely connect her experience to, like, her struggle with emotions and people and understanding them completely and wanting it just to be simple and direct in a one-to-one. I think I totally can understand that. I think there's definitely, if not intentional parallels, which I think is questionable, definitely parallels to be made for anyone who has that experience, for sure. I love how Crystarium Inn has a bird either in the window or on the table inside the room randomly. It's a very intelligent bird, clearly. I wish I could remember what was said about Mikote. Well, we can definitely look it up later for sure. This bird was actually Azem's creation. They made it resemble Emmett to spite him. When they were sundered, it started following Emmett around. Wouldn't be the craziest thing, Ball. The music. Yeah, dynamis theme. Yeah, arrived to see my favorite little blue bird. Good, Sarah. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Friend of mine is headcanon. Yeah, we just talked about that. I like that theory. The amount of creatures in this area, I love it. I recommend doing yellow side quests involving helping Cleon with concept. It should be called a better Batroy after doing Aether Current one. Yeah, we'll be doing all of them. There's actually one specific quest for sure we're gonna do that's up in here because it's very because it has to do with Mist of the Realm. The bird is unsettling. Does Euanthe come up in the short story? I think she does.
Well, well, if it isn't Meteion. I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Euanthe. An apple? Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Elio.
Oh, candied apple. Hermes certainly is partial to them, but you know you can't eat Meteion. You weren't made to do so.
But I'd like to.
It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise.
I'm sorry, Elio. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed.
I have plenty of my own likes. Here.
Oh, that's what you like. Yes, yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Elio. And, well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go see?
Thank you, Sarah. Maybe I'll wonder if you guys will be able to recognize me on the floor at FanFest with my mask on. No, I'm sure it'll be fairly easy. I'm curious how many people will go just in ancient robes.
An excellent timing. 'Twas refreshing constitutional, I hope.
What? Back already? Pity a bit longer and we might have snuck away without you.
There you are. I can sense the fresh air has done Meteion good.
Elio wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food.
I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you keeping Meteion company while you were away. I finished speaking with our guests.
Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we had no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work.
My apologies. It has been decided that Emet and Hydaelyn will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too.
I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at the Propulsion. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss here will remain private.
I do not mind. To see the joy his presence brings Meteion. Cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent.
Elio is kind, really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots.
Des, good to see you, glad to have you. That's an interesting question. I wonder if Amon would like candy apples.
This time we all get to go for a walk. Isn't it exciting?
If everyone is ready for if everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambistoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about.
Beastly traits to human-like creatures or reverse is one of the basic ways of creating original designs, as we see with Meteion. So maybe somebody thought about humans with cat ears. It's possible, Infinite, that the races as we know them could have been byproduct of creation magics. However, if that were the case for any of them, Hydaelyn would know about them and reference that, right? Because he's the head of the Bureau of the Architect. I wonder what they're talking about. So the fact that Hydaelyn does not recognize any of us, like any races out the bat, means that at the absolute minimum, none of the races as we know them are existent at this point in time. Oh, hey, look! Catchy. And I also love that there's an implication that this lady is this ancient. Cessair has the part of the soul of this ancient, because if you look, Elamigo, Garlemald, Slapsborn, Biggs Wedge, Yukiri, the Doman Refugees, Crystal Braves, Noah, the Red Bills. Ah, here we go. Hi, Voyage Mage Cessair. In 2016, in EE1, they showed her. She has the same hair. She's got the exact same hair. So there's a slight implication that that may be that Cessair Highwinds, that may be the ancient whose soul she shares, and that's why she has the Cat She minion, or a Cat She here. Because that obviously the Cat She that we know her was Cessair's familiar. MSL is the definition of a grumpy grandpa, yeah. Grumpy grandpa friend. Maybe a candied apple could have been used weakness. Me looking for yeah. Well, I swear someone talks about something like alcoholic drinks does. Hydaelyn, where the hell did that light and music come from? The level up. I once had a candied fruit skewer as a kid. It was great. It had red syrup coating and it had a nice color and crunch. See, apple with syrup I'm not a huge fan of, but I do love like an Affy Tapple. Affy Tapples are great. What's your stance on Ananta? Do you think that they are an Algan creation like the Ixal, or was it confirmed either way somewhere? They're based off of the Lamia, and the Lamia are Algan creations, so I don't... Unless... Am I crazy? Do they show up anywhere in the first? I don't think they do. It's heavily implied that they're Algan creations like the Ixali, because the Ixalian. And we know that that they come from Lamia, and Lamia should be. So unless they show up on the first, they should be an Algan byproduct of Alag. Okay, idea even crazier. Somebody in Elpis saw Mikote, Warrior of Light, and thought about making it familiar with a similar design. Sure, but that doesn't explain then all the other races. I think that there are two possible answers. When the ancients were sundered, many of them became the main spoken races that you see that end up being playable races. The other is that the new life that was created after Zodiarch's, like, the souls were sacrificed to the ancients, and then new life was brought forth on the source, on the unsundered world. That's when they came into being, as a natural byproduct of that new life flourishing. Lemmy aren't the first to my knowledge. Yeah, I didn't think so, Crepe. So I'm pretty sure they should be alien creations. No, it's well known that Mikote are the result of a Zem going to a party wearing cat ears. Yes, Ray has done much deep research into this. Ishola should have had ale instead of wine, the kind not watered down, full of froth and foam. Well played, AC.
So beautiful, Petalaria. I hope they make it into the world.
All vim and vigor now. When we were discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate.
Ah, yes, the Anthian petalauda, one of the newest species of the ever-popular butterfly. You're still bothered about your robe? Don't be. The few specimens we repurposed won't be missed.
But see, like, Hydaelyn is a great guy and shown to be a kind person, and even he is, like, ambivalent about the use of them. But also, we kill creatures for food, we kill creatures for clothing. The question is the difference because we don't have to. Or they don't have to.
This here is a new species of petalauda. We recently let loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities?
I can't say I fully do.
It is the presence of a soul. Yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings who adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So, you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there.
But we don't have to, at least with our current level of progress. Absolutely infinite, and that's where it starts to get more of a reflection in the mirror. So not really that different. No, well, from a starting place of to survive, it being different, but like I think you can then ask that question as you get more and more to this point, right? And you can also say that like it depends on like in our real world, access greatly differs, right? But yeah, I mean, you can absolutely say like there's nothing that necessarily stops me from being a vegan, you know, in terms of access. Hold on, I'm watching on my phone and the quality isn't great. Is Elio taller than Emmett, Hydaelyn, and or Hermes? Yes, because he's an Eorzean. He's at their height plus an Eorzean. Okay. Gridania is fine with killing enough animals to gather required resources, but not more than needed to the amount to poaching. So if elementals are fine with that, then it's fine. But would the creatures agree? Because the elementals are that's the same thing as what the ancients are doing from their standpoint. They're keeping everything in balance, right? The whole point of like it's okay to sacrifice those butterflies because this place is a place of trying to create things, to test things, to help maintain the balance of the world, and that sacrifice is okay in the grand schemes. The same way that the elementals in the shroud were willing to completely obliterate different races and like kick out the Ixal and do other things that wouldn't necessarily were required just to maintain their own balance. So I don't think that actually is quite applicable. They limit it. It's true. They're not rampantly doing it. They're not rampantly killing everything and consuming everything. But I don't think that that's actually that different to what the ancients do. I can't have vegan diet because I have anemia. I would die of headaches and lack of sleep. Right, but then it's necessity, right, Ball? So like you need. It's not a choice in that case. It's your, you know. Didn't all ancients here use Eorzean skeletons and here earless Eorzean faces? So it's a variable. Some of them, yes. Some of them, it's all over the place. Some of them actually use here bodies and not Eorzean bodies. But the vast majority of them are Eorzean bodies with custom here faces. Elementals, not a fan of either. Yeah, I'm too damn skinny to be a vegan. Killing animals is part of the law of nature for food, resources, rules of nature. But that's a cop-out. If you have the power to not kill an animal for its food, and you'll be okay and you don't need it, then it's not. Then you have like that's the rule. That's the rule of nature, right? Like to say like, oh, because nature does it. Like if every other animal didn't have to kill to survive, then like they wouldn't need to, and then like that's not a necessity. It's only a necessity because that's how it's functioned thus far, and that's what it's required for survival. But that if you're aware of that, if you're a human, for instance, and you can see that that's the case, and you can avoid it, and you can do other things, then it's not good enough to just say, well, it's nature. It's like, well, no, you don't have to abide by that. And if you don't have to, then you should at least consider that you have some immoral imperative to engage with what you're doing. I consume burgers. I consume meat that I don't need to. I'm not sitting high and mighty on this one. But I'm saying, like, because nature does it is not a dismissal for moral imperatives. The ancients have some really thick necks, yeah. IRL, there's this mindset that some species might not exist or thrive as they do if not used for livestock. If that means the animals like being farmed, if they could choose for a species. IDK, yeah. Also, if you walk around, you can meet a researcher with 1 point elemental models. Does this mean anything? No, not necessarily, because those are elemental models. Not in terms of the shroud. Those elemental models have long since been used for, and I know the ones you're talking about. He stands right around here-ish. And those elemental sprites have existed, are a byproduct of Aether. They are arcane entities that exist even outside of the Shroud, and are the representation that existed in 1.0 has long since spread to being using to more general purpose elementals. So I would not, but also, I mean, there isn't any difference. Like the elementals that exist in the Shroud are arcane entities in the same way, you know. They're just inordinately powerful ones that are rooted in the Shroud. They aren't really different than other elementals.
Fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes for his flying life forms. It is a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress. We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Meteion. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator of both.
Interesting. You're too interesting too. Tell me, how did you find Embistoma?
So like these are all elementals, for instance. Same principle. These are arcane entities. They don't have souls. They're like a rising manifestation of Aether. I wish I didn't need to eat meat, as I don't like the idea of it, but I also eat so little that when I tried to go vegetarian, my habits didn't change, and I got malnourished, so I had to return to meat. Yeah. So you know what I'm talking about. Iconography, Zodiac looking one. Yeah. I know the ones you're getting at Infinite, yep. But in the wild, I've seen years where that wasn't enough deer to take in fall, winter, that in spring, whole herds would die of disease and starvation. Some have to be taken to keep a balance. Absolutely. But, so like, and... The thing is that is an argument for, like, that is there is an argument for sometimes things that are imperfect actions that are imperfect have to be taken in order to preserve balance because there's not a better option. But like, imagine a world where we had the technology where we could snap our fingers and make it so all deer would be able, their population would be fine. It would be equally dispersed throughout the universe, and everyone and all of them would be fine, right? Willfully choosing not to use that would be wrong, let's just say. But we don't have that, so we have to make do with what we have, right? And that's also part of the argument of like Hydaelyn. Like it's doing the best you can with what you have is the point, not that the only moral good is if you always make a perfect system, right? Yeah, meat imitations have half calories, sadly. Yeah, meat imitations they're at least getting better in taste. There's a lot more plant-based alternatives on the market these days that might help. Yeah, the problem is the sheer caloric and like protein intake for them is still not quite as high. Can't afford half calories, burn calories just by standing. I love to have a deer populating snap. Yeah. But that is the point of many of these guys, right? Is that if they do not get rid of some of these creatures, if they use their powers to create new life, right? Like, they're creating life, but let's say they create a huge monstrous carnivore, right? They brought that life into this world, but then they're like, no, that's gonna cause problems. Okay, no, and it's gone, and they kill it. It's not so dissimilar from a parent bringing a child into the world and thinking, no, this one's just not turning out very well. Okay, and the child disappeared and died, right? Because they're bringing a being into the world, unless it's an arcane entity that has a soul, has feelings, is afraid, has emotions, has, like, wants to live, right? They are choosing to create these things, and then they are taking them out of the world. Yeah. I gave the Impossible Nuggets are still like 200 for 4, and 4 piece for McDonald's is like 270. Oh, that's nice. They're getting better. Definitely getting better, Meowza. That's cool. Also, friendly reminder, if you could click the like button, and if you want to support us, you can support us by joining us over on Patreon, or you can get, for $1, you can get Archon, and you can get the green name like everybody here, which also give you access to fun little emotes, like the little Deadpool face. And if you haven't joined our Discord, you can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives, if you want to come hang out with us and play content together. Continuing on.
Ah, yes. Lightning Pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the Isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, the element is lightning, which draws the Pneuma here to replenish their aether. It appears Meteion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Pneuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball, a veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try.
Actually, is it a crystal? Lightning converger. Use this concept crystal. Anyone can harness lightning regardless of spellcasting skill. Ah, it has the concept of the spell within it. Not really, lady. I actually find it oddly comforting. It can make it a little raw sometimes, but
Doing it, like having it down there, is actually, I love it. It's like very nice. Like, I don't know, there's something pleasing about it. Perfectly done, Elio. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions, despite their lack of words. Speech is not the soul-defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity as the Pneuma, or ephemeral life forms such as the Petalota, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive.
is Meteion an arcane entity?
A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional visions, such as Hydaelyn, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that's all I need to know.
Oh, you've finished already. I'm sorry. I was in the way.
Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there.
Yeah, the Emmett faces in the background. Thank you, Ray Ray. Crystal, it's Raven. We have no more wolves where I live or cougars either, so there's a fall of hunting season to thin out the herds. Yeah, that happened to a lot of places. So both west, but here in the east, both were killed out years ago. There are lots of efforts to reintroduce the population. That's an interesting familiar. It is really impressive the efforts that have been made to repopulate things, for sure. Bum, 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 bum. For those of you who haven't realized, this music is Amarant, Neath Dark Waters into the Edge. We've been doing we did the Endwalker MSQ music, actually, in our musical revisit stream. Gooble! Look at the Goo Boy. Oh, I want to hug him. Oh, look at him, he's Gooble. I don't know why I love Goobo so much, but I love him.
It's adorable, but beware, it sneezes. Hermes went flying once.
I'd very much like to see that. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is this random assortment of features?
Ah, this fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. The combination of a carefree aspect and an endless rows of fangs. It's strangely charming.
This is an important cutscene. I would pay attention during this cutscene.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
You're
So,
back.
how are we coming along?
Sorry, I need a drink.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Enteleckies. Like me.
Entelechy?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy.
Okay. Again, pay very close attention to this because they are going to be explaining dynamis. Dynamis is not emotion. It's affected by emotion.
Well, it has no will of its own. It is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
God, that feels like a lifetime ago already. Are you talking about Akasha?
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Enteleckies.
That's me! That's me! An Entelecki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteion?
Our star, Etheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
Dark
More
matter.
abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
Oh my god, these are all great options. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but
That sounds
determination.
more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it.
Goob!
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Because Gubus and Gabbies share the same theme of ugly but cutie. But are Gabbies even ugly? I think they're adorable. You're probably right. No comment on the median outfit. Sounds like a loose connection. I think the Gubu was meant for uprooting undergrowth with the teeth and arms and travel around and spread floor growth from back. What's that from? Did someone state that? When I played 11, the Gubus dropped elemental seeds. That's when we planted on different phases of the moon, grew elemental wood. I made a fortune in that game. Oh, that's interesting, Cathra. That's good to know. In Spain, we were trying to bring back Iberian wolves to help with the deer population. Also, bearded vultures. They're cool-looking birds in Spanish. And in Spanish, their name means more or less bone breakers. Nice. Because chocobos are perfect and didn't need testing. If you're LB near Elpis flowers, would shoot a laser into your enemy. I don't think so. I want her brooch or pin so bad. It is a very beautiful brooch on yeah, the clasp. I was wondering why she has wings on her head, but I guess its personality is a bit feather-brained. Oh, Des. Well done. I love him. I love limit breaking being canon. Yeah, definitely right. I mean, it was always canon. So, like, we just didn't fully understand it before. There are entries in it, even Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1. I only wish to create a being that can traverse the great expanse. Yes, and also make it adorable as possible, but maybe that's the point, to ease the contact with alien life forms. Was he wrong? Just realized my iPad battery is almost out, so I have to hop off. Have a good one, Misa Go! Alio's face looked so insulted when Emmett said that. I mean, I'd be. I want a Gabi plushie so bad. Me too. Maybe a Zen plan to use Gubu for different use, like for wine and grapes. Yeah, but it worked. Never before had I heard of dynamis or entelechies. I can only assume the Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Actually, no, before we continue, I will see if they have any.
Entelechi or no, we're friends in thinness.
Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew, but it irks me to discover there is an entire different form of energy, and no one told me! That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Ooh. Those are both good questions. I know what he specializes in. Well, why did you join the convocation? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selk was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Did anyone see Hydaelyn do the little, like, upset leg kick?
My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Amplos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it's released into the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north.
Is the Warrior capable of using LB4? We as individuals? No. I would say no. Could be someday? Maybe. I don't know. But there's no, not as of yet. There's no reason to think so. Let him speak, Elmet. Us. Can we theoretically be able to do an LB4 under the right circumstances? I mean, we don't, on a theoretical level, we don't understand the full ramifications and extent of dynamis and our ability to use his entelechi, so we couldn't. Theoretically, hypothetically, yes. I wouldn't even say theoretically yes, I'd say hypothetically yes. Hypothetically, no. I'd say hypothetically it is potentially possible that it is possible.
Why is this one blue and shiny?
There's a slight difference in the etheric balance between these Charybdises. By this, it may be assumed that they aren't the original creations, but their offspring. A serpent bird, or a winged snake.
Whoa, forgive me. I thought another member of the convocation had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. Yeah, I'd agree with that, Rag. More than truth.
I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis.
That's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. These specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem.
The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest into so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creature and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings.
What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of aether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. See, so that's your answer. So they aren't born that way. They are basically accruing aether around them to transform themselves into their form. Kind of not really that dissimilar to what Thoradin, Yotsuyu, or like Tsukuyomi and Shiva are. Effectively, actually, transformation should be the exact same magics. Ray, V, go and even note that. That's worth making a short about. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, and uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this?
Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power.
Be that as it may.
Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emetzelk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here.
What mischief are you scheming now?
No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion.
Float and levitation is not the same as flight, AC.
So have a little faith and run along.
Granted, we see Eorzeans use effective flight, so presumably, I trust you don't mind. Like, Graha's float and slow fall is different than, like, the ability to, like, completely fly around at will. But we see, like, Fandaniel do that with Lunar Bahamut or La Habrea. So, presumably, although the reason they're able to do that may be part of something else. Don't be a grump, Emmett. I want to hear Hythlodaeus' version of every event. Yeah. I want to hear about Emmett's misspent youth. So, Light and Ray, if you want to, there is a short story. One of the short stories from Tales from the Shadow tells you a little bit about Emetzelk's background. Having a chocobo there seems off. Did the Warrior of Light shrink down and put it in his pocket? Wait, who are you and why are you named after the Behemoth's attack? Well, I mean, the Behemoth's attack is named after Charybdis, Charybdis and Scylla. We could do a limit break right after that, one of which is the Omega Protocol. Chocobo follow our Warrior of Light transcending time and space, obviously. Well, also remember our whistle is an object. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. Seriously, do they not have... You recently just accused Hermes in doing what amounts to ancients naked streaking. Basically. The ancients willing to transform in front of us shows us how much they love us. Or how seriously they're taking it. Like, Hades revealing it. It's not literally just being nude. It's saying that it's tantamount to doing that in terms of being a social faux pas. But for Hades, he's giving it his all and revealing his true self in a world where none of his people he loves still remain. Elpis doesn't care by that point when he becomes the Warrior of Light. And the other examples that we see that we can't talk about right now because they're later on, I think are, again, both done by not actual people. I think Hades didn't care anymore by that point, yeah.
Emetzelk is out of sight. Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emetzelk train the Charybdis. What? What are you talking about, Hydaelyn? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents. So, okay, so actually, to answer your question, I think it's that some can more readily than others based on the amount of aether required. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Elio, I want you to go to Emetzelk and tell him that you have a favor to ask him. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged with our friend. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. I have a favor to ask, that's it.
I'll persist too.
With apologies to Emetzelk, but this may be the best approach. Let us work together to win him over. I think Hades didn't care more. Yeah, flying with magic and flying with wings are probably using different muscles, and think part of it they want to show the wing movements to the creature, in my opinion. I think that's an amazing theory, lady, although I will point out what we see in a second still has Emetzelk doing it with a flying mount that has no wings. But I think that's a great idea. Thanks, lady. I now imagine Emmett floating and flailing his arms to show creature how to fly. Hades was planning for us to be dead after he transformed, so less embarrassed. Yeah. This part was fun at launch. Chat filled with those words. Well, see, okay, when I was at Elpis, I only saw one other player there the whole time I was there. Because I was there, like, within the first 24 hours of the game being out. So, like, I didn't see anyone else. And map 6 literally saw no other player in the entire thing. Maybe one. But, like, I thought for map 6 that it deloaded other players until you finished map 6 because I didn't see anyone. Oh, no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh. I don't know what Hydaelyn is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hydaelyn is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emetzelk. Please, Emetzelk. Please, Emetzelk.
No. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emetzelk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Oh, baby girl.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emetzelk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
See, it's the mount that you got for the special edition for Shadowringers. Or pre-order, I forget which one. I think it's for ordering the special edition.
It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end, but much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star.
That's beautiful foreshadowing.
Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
I love characters who take extreme pride in being the support role and letting others shine, and like, you know, your Sams, right? You're like, yeah, your Samwise Gamgees, your Hydaelyns.
I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
I assume based on the fact that Ascians can fly, it's either an ability they learned later, or it's something to do with the world being sundered that allows them to fly, manipulate the ethereal currents in that such a way. I don't have an answer as to what specifically, but that's my theory. Puppy dog eyes. You could reinsist that cinnamon roll. Wait, light party is 4 people. Yeah. Swords mount had wings. You could have be utterly heartless civet to his face. Remember using the wondering who Hydaelyn was in our time before finding out he was in Zodiark. Imagine meeting his reincarnation in our time, who would have been. One thing I think is really I want to be a thing is that while some people do reincarnate, some people don't, and I want it to be okay that just because we love a character or they're a phenomenal character or awesome, like it's okay for them to have an end, right? It has to be okay for stories to let themselves end, otherwise they just stretch themselves thin and thin and thin, and you know. I definitely use the mount way more after seeing Emmett writing it. Like how he solves the problem and gets you off by yourself to talk. Yeah, he's a master manipulator. He's real good. Fragments of Forever is a great song. Yeah, like cells of manipulation. Don't you say Hydaelyn? Well, this is confirmation that they were naturally barely magical ancients. Well, there is confirmation that there were naturally barely magical ancients. Yes, there are some ancients that are weak in spellcasting. However, even those that we know, they are implied that the weakest ancients still would be more powerful than all but the strongest mages in our time, basically. Like their capacity for ethereal manipulation would have been still so much higher in general. Isn't barely magical, he's average, yeah. Quite abysmal. Yeah. Yeah, the Warrior of Light's a really bad, you know, because we are like the paragon of all mankind in terms of power. Like in terms of like a single individual, we are one of, if not the strongest individual. Because the runner-up, as far as we know, would have been Xenos. Is that why MSQ answers us in the Seed of Sacrifice when we wished on the Crystal of Zen? This explains a lot. He always answers the call of the Zen. Yes, so he answered the call. Remember, his soul would have been in the ethereal sea after we defeated him in 5.0, so he could still appear to us, and by wishing on it, it allowed, you know, yeah. Happy Snake Twirl. Why I love Hith so much, I wish I had a friend like him. I mean, we all wish we had a good friend like Hydaelyn. He's just a good friend who understands his friend and also maybe pushes them to be their best self. He's the perfect support role. Elpis does a lot in showing why MSQ did what he did. Yeah. You see the friends in the world they lost and feel guilty knowing that you're the one who stopped them from getting it back. I don't know that I feel guilty. I don't feel guilty. I feel, and I maybe you do, Oblivion. I feel sorry. I feel empathy and compassion and sympathy and pity and many, many things, but I don't feel any guilt for stopping him. No guilt. Because it's not right to damn others to save yourself. And what he was doing was wrong. He needed to be stopped. It breaks my heart that it was the case. And I feel for him and what he lost and what it meant to him and what he went through. But I take no guilt in that action. Yeah. We did have a friend like him, we just forgot him. Yeah. I mean like us as real individuals. I don't know if they would have succeeded though. The Asians. I think had they've been stopped unimpeded, they would have succeeded, but I think the thing is they wouldn't have gotten them what they wanted, really. Like they never would have really fully healed from what they went through with the creation of Zodiark, with the creation of everything, right? In like that, the loss and the struggle would have had already changed them, both those within Zodiark and those without, you know. Also, friendly reminder, if you want to join our FC, we have an FC on Crystal Curl. Emerging from his reverie, MSQ notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis.
I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Elio and I could relax and have a pleasant chat.
I'm sure you did.
The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you'll need to repeat the lesson.
That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies.
Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you to continue observing them.
If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place.
These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive.
As you wish, Chief. As you wish.
Hermes?
I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all our present tasks. Let us return to Ignagnosis for now.
This is going to be a really weird thing to say, but I'm really glad I gave Elio some slight highlights throughout his hair. Just like the different texturing to it, I think is just like a little, like aesthetically gives it a nice touch. Can't feel guilt for it because I did the same thing that he did to try to save our people. And I think there's also a difference. We would have been willing to work with him to try and find a way to maybe make his world, to try and see what, to like find a way forward, right? It is now our world. Like, we are not responsible for the sins of the past, and it's not okay to damn us just to rescue through the mistakes of the past. And it's a tragedy, but what he was doing was not right. You know? You shouldn't feel guilty. Sad or empathetic, definitely, but not guilty. The time was over, but our world and our loved ones are still here, and they don't matter any less. Yeah. I think that is something that comes up in Shadowbringers, hell, all of Final Fantasy XIV, and that it's not right to harm others' innocence to lessen your suffering. With Garleans and right up to 6.4, yeah. And right at 6.4 record scratch moment, yeah. Would you say the Warrior of Light is a bleeding heart? We always help people, help animals go where we are needed. Yeah, I'd say so. I think you can characterize them as a little less overtly bleeding heart because you're like, okay, here we go, and just kind of going along with things, but like rolling your eyes to some extent. There's a lot of dialogue options that allow you that, but I would say yes. At the very least, if not, unable to not be sympathetic in spirit. Anog and Konog even make fun of the fact. Yeah. What, that our neck muscles are so well defined from our constant nodding in agreement? Yeah, that's the part of the dialogue, yes, but it's filled with sneer about that. Yeah, well, it's making it as a joke.
All the creatures are happy. That makes me happy too.
Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting?
I thoroughly enjoyed myself. At the end, the most of all. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help you, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Oh, are we coming up on one of my favorite scenes? We got a little bit, but it's coming.
Tell me, Elio, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value?
Dynamis. Dynamis as a topic seems promising.
Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you.
Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here.
Is something the matter?
The Lekon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon nearby Okupiets, slaughtering them.
Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked?
I had just fed them myself, and the Okupiets were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lekaion, and that is to blame. Their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order.
Where is the scene of the incident?
Just off the path of the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however.
Hermes, wait!
If this is the part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of Endwalker we are as powerful as we will ever be. Especially because like the certain extenuating circumstances that happen at the very, very end of it are not necessarily our power alone. But our power alone, I don't know that we'll ever get much stronger, but I think we'll grow laterally. So like we'll learn new abilities, we'll learn new things. And that may give us a form of strength, at least in, because I don't always think it's a pure linear scale. It's not just are you stronger. I think a breadth of abilities and different capacities mean that we will be more able to tackle different situations, that we may not have been a broad problem due to our sheer strength, but just to our limited knowledge. I think we would have just enough power to fight our current enemy with some skills. I think the thing is we've had times where we don't have enough power to fight our current enemy, like Xenos during the first part of Stormblood, but we rise, or Ranjit at the beginning of Shadowbringers. And we do grow and rise to the occasion, for sure. But part of that also can come from like learning and growing. That not just in sheer raw power. I can finally leave work for the day. I wanted to go home since I woke up this morning. I'm gonna head off, but I hope everyone has a great day the rest of the night. Thank you for streaming, Elio. Totally, Deathberry. Have a good one, man.
It's heavy. Hermes' pain.
The Okubiets is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the Lycaon. A fearsome beast, the Lycaon. But where is it now? The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Selk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with, Elio.
Come. It's down this path and over the bridge.
We're always weak yet strong, but always find a way to get strong and still remain weak, but just in terms of power. I don't know that we're ever weak. We're not weak. We just like... I think there's the context of situation, the knowledge and information, experiences. Like, so for instance, imagine if you needed, like, a knowledge of Summoner allowed you to fight an enemy way better than knowledge of Dark Knight, right? Or something like that. So I think, like, a wider breadth of knowledge increases our power, even if our overall power does not increase. Like, imagine if you have only one job at level 90 versus you have every job at level 90. You're not above level 90, but you are more powerful in that you have a wide ability to adapt, right? And like, yeah, we're always growing. We're always seeking to test our mettle to achieve new heights. I do think we ever grow stronger, but I don't know that it's just like I wouldn't liken it just to the same thing as Goku. Omega calls us the weakest of species, and he's technically right, but our strength isn't physical alone. Right, but and he's only saying that though because we're sundered, but he ignores the fact that there's benefits that come with that, right? That's part of the thing with Omega.
There is the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair. I think I'll know him when I see him.
Meteion is now accompanying you. Yeah. Oh, it's a pretty butterfly, admittedly. That's a dark-haired man. But what does he say? Once I get back to the record of today's results, I should be able to finally put the report to bed.
No, Doris's hair is long, but color is wrong.
That's short hair. Also, I can't fly right now, so I can't show you. But all I'll say is if you've never flown above the 12 Wonders, I recommend you fly above the 12 Wonders.
Doris! That's Doris!
Well now, if it isn't a Meteion, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices.
I mean, dynamis really isn't just the power of friendship. I think that's I don't know. I feel like, look, there is a point at which in 14 absolutely did a power of friendship bullshit moment in terms, not bullshit, but like kind of bullshit. At the end of ARR, right? Like that is a power of friendship moment. I think the rest of 14 doesn't do that. I think it goes to great lengths to talk about love and connection and faith and hope and the ties that bind us. But I think there's a difference between doing that and being like, the power of friendship. My friends are my power. I think like you can approach the same idea, but be engaging with it more deeply and meaningfully without it just being like the trope and convention of the, you know?
I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of Lacanes, I believe. Where are they now?
Out in the field in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Catesis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see to them reverted without delay. Oh, they reference Catesis Hyperborea, or that early.
It is as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious.
You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were.
We've heard the news that a Lycon slaughtered Ocupiates. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released.
I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. The Kyanes would threaten other species and upset the natural order.
Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier?
Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Notice they mentioned Kairos already. Kairos. A memory reconfiguration system that Chief himself created. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we might observe creations in natural environmental conditions, without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pastrot may wish to have a word with you. Hey, reference Pastrot.
Rest assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memory is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution.
Come now, Chief. Let us not be so melodramatic. What was born of Aether is simply being reduced to its original state.
I know the distinction concerns you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed detrimental to existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine process. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lacanes have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked.
If you insist, let me provide you with a full report and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend this discussion, that Emet may better carry out his duties?
By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room.
Yeah, don't worry, 8-Ball. I tend to take things people say like that at face value and then engage with them. I hear you about it being a joke. I also have a chip on my shoulder with it because I have a lot of... I'm deeply moved, I think, by what Endwalker does. While I also am annoyed by, you know, something just like placatingly being like the power of friendship, right? Instead of earning it or like doing something meaningful with that. So like talking about it is just second nature at this point.
We have a duty to the star, this I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here.
Other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once.
I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteion, are you feeling unwell?
It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Elio.
Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteion in your care again?
You can trust me. I'll watch over her.
I am in your debt. If you'll excuse me.
Can you help me with something, Elio? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel, and what we want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders.
I have questions. Oh, wait. Thanks, guys. It only took an entire crew of people standing around an aetheryte for me to remember to attune. Thank you, everybody. Oh my god, I love. Oh. Thanks, guys. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree.
Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said.
Thank you, Loop. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your Eorzean giraffe-ass neck up to look for flowers.
No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far.
If you've never like looked at these flower beds, these circular flower beds from up on high, I recommend you do. Yeah, Ball, whenever I'm streaming, I notoriously forget to attune for some reason. I do it when I'm playing solo, I do it, but like my brain focuses on like you guys in the game at once, and apparently the part of my brain that focuses on attunement is it's just like, nah, we don't need that.
An array of beautiful flowers grow on the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern.
These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking.
I don't know about this one. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations.
Oh, Conion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Elio, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon.
Yes, the 12 wonders are the 12 circular hedges. Yep, correct, Infinite. They would hold a giant neon sign saying Elio would attune near it, but sadly game doesn't allow for that. I think it's a streamer thing. Yeah, I definitely think so too, Tracy. Brain too full of chat's words to remember attunement. You're not wrong. You're really not wrong. We get to babysit. Also, since we're in the middle stream, I'm just gonna rhyme quick. Hey, this Wednesday we're gonna be doing a stream of an Ask Me Anything stream because we reached 20,000 subs. So if you have questions that you want to ask us while we're doing that, feel free to do so. Also, I misunderstood the timing. I may be starting 16 on Thursday rather than Friday because I thought it was midnight going into Friday, not midnight going into Thursday. Just two announcements real up front. Maybe in a different time, for sure, Meowzo. Yeah. Had he been born in a different time, I could imagine him absolutely being a florist. And maybe one day he will be again.
You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers.
Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Elio! Something big! Huge!
What's the meaning of life? Can I ask that question? Well, 42. But, to be excellent to each other. Honestly, I think, to be frank, I actually think Endwalker is not the worst answer. It's, you know, to take heart, find your way in the darkness, enjoy the journey, contend with the fact that all things have a destination, they all end, and let that, and find peace in that, and continuing forward and your road there. When's the next video? Next video should be on Wednesday, Loop. Problem has basically been I've been in a real funk and I've been moving all around, and so I just haven't been editing a whole bunch. And I've just been, I don't know, I get stressed out. I think it's a slight burnout. I just get stressed out when I start editing videos because it takes so many hours to do it. Because I don't just throw on clips. Like if I just threw on clips, I'd probably be able to put out. Anyways, this doesn't need to be about that. Soon. Definitely soon. I'm hoping Wednesday. Terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is a Morble-like creature before you.
It's an Adonis! This thing around its mouth looked like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Elio? Would he like it?
It's probably not a good sort of memory, Meteion.
So, not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Elio, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise.
Yeah, Ray Ray said I told me no 16 until he finishes the video. Thank you, Ray Ray. I understand I was curious and binging out. No, Loop, no reason to apologize. Thank you. Knowing that there are people who are eager and you know, excited helps. That's rejuvenating. So thank you. I'm trying to get a processy set up. I'm trying to get a hand with editing more films in the future so we can put out more regularly. I might also try a new format where I just don't edit as heavily and see if that works better. I have a fun short coming out at some point that I just came up with a day ago. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins.
Aw, there's nothing. That shiny thing over there, what could it be?
Wish you could get these griffins. I love the blue. Hey, maybe. Someday. I mean, the griffin model's already in there.
Oh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes at them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright.
Do they ever grow dark, gray, or dim?
Truly, the flowers were dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion.
I know the pains and sorrows of loss. I felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. Many. I've known my fair share of sorrow and loss.
I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone again and again, but no one notices. Please, Elio, won't you lend it to me, your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too.
Yeah, I can do that.
Truly? You'll do it?
Night, Tracy.
Thank you, Elio. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him.
All of the above, baby. Yeah, truly. Prepare to rise, ye crownless kings, for the war of the icons will be ready as soon as Elio is. The Warrior of Light has trauma. Look, even when, like, Fordola saw into our memories, she's like, you are carrying so much loss and sorrow and pain. How do you go on? You know? And it's not just, like, through sheer force of will, but it's by clinging to those around us, by not doing it alone.
It seems they are still talking. Let's wait until they've finished.
Some of my favorite cutscenes are coming up. Take a drink. I promise I'm not thinking about it. There's just so many good cutscenes, and also I love Hermes. I love Hermes, and I connect to Hermes on a lot of levels.
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteion company. Emetselk and Hydaelyn have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis
This is one of my
flowers?
favorite cutscenes in the entire game. I love it. Oh.
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteion has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hydaelyn said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares, no one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could make you feel a little less alone.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
Every moment you start to feel a little, I would say hope, a little better though. Like you forget yourself and have some peace in the world that you're in. You're reminded of the tension that looms. Dwarf Light has trauma, I admit that as well in real life. Yeah, Word Light's Prime walking around. Yeah, definitely light. I feel that's such a good part at all in all. Yeah, here and ahead. Totally, Meowza. But understanding that the Dark Knight storyline touches the Warrior of Light trauma a lot. Yes, correct, lady. What memory do you think we remember to make the followers go like that? I think you can be any memory you want. I don't think it matters that there's a canonic one. I think it just matters that it's just all you think of all the emotions. How many of you guys are there? Is it just me or are the flowers purple? They're purple. Yep. The Warrior of Light remembered horse font. So the colors we've seen so far are red, yellow, green, blue, purple, gray, white. Am I missing any? Well, and then also, like, desiccated. Horse font. I think I had to write it. It's late. I'm tired. She has a crush on him. Yeah, makes sense, Belle. I always thought with Horshvon quote as possible. Yep, I think Horshvon makes sense. Horshvon is a big trauma for Althea. Yeah, and a lot of people. Stripe, sure, good to see you, glad to have you. God, I love Hermes, me too. My word of light would remember Yotsuyu. I never agreed with how she dealt with her pain, but I understand the depths of it and how happiness was snatched from cruelty. Never forgive Elpis for that. Yeah. Look at that. Look at us, the Counselor of Light. I wonder what would have happened if we'd go to Hermes before he made Meteion and her sisters. I'm not sure how much that would have necessarily stopped or changed things. No, we may not necessarily have even known to have given him to understand his pain. I don't know that that would have prevented ultimately where we ended up. A gaggle of familiars. If we arrived there before the event, I'd like to think we'd be able to witness their creation instead. Yeah, we would have played Bareborn Witness. Also, if you go check out the short story, how many? Are they marching? Are those axolotl? Those are... I love you guys. Where are you going? Prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were on our meeting, I'm sure.
Were you able to get some rest? Please don't hesitate to ask us. Let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry you might exhaust your scarce reserves of aether. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it's time I attend to my next task. As Emet and Hydaelyn are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lyconis. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade.
The beautiful March of the Abstoma. Yeah, exactly, Meowza. Which short story? Loop. It is the short story, frick, I'm forgetting its name. It's we did a reading of it. It's the thumbnail says Angel of Doubt.
Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I find no fault in his judgment.
So a group of tea is a shenanigan? I was going with a group of tea is called a cuppa, because then it's a cup of tea. But, you know what? That might work too. Are they on a parade? I'm just waiting for more people to join now.
The Lyconis would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hydaelyn has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lyconis have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study.
If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you.
Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main island.
Is there a follow feature? Oh, there is. I'm gonna read you guys real quick. Just a group of researchers testing Abstoma walking speed, nothing out of the ordinary. I thought a cup of joe was coffee. That is, but I've also ever heard a cup of tea. Happening in Elpis, I would totally agree with. I don't know what's wrong about that. It looks perfectly normal to me. In Elpis, yeah, anything goes. For the Dark Knight quest, some part of you will love yourself and want what's best for you. That's kind of sorrowful and deep. Yeah. I feel like I'm about to be like swung out of a lasso because as soon as they pass by, yeah, here. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, you guys are great. This is beautiful. It really is. Now I'm wondering like what thing in 7.0. Well, I guess 7.0 well, because I'll play 7.0 probably blind for the first time on Lend, and then I'll play it on Elio, which means we probably could plan. I'm trying to think about places where there would make sense for there to be a bunch of people after this point. There really aren't a lot. Because, like, map 6, there's not a lot of places to argue for there to be people other than, like, I mean, the final walk, really. But even then, you know, that's, And then in patch content, I can't think of anything so far. Either way, I'm gonna enjoy it while I'm here with you guys. Because it has been beautiful. Unlike what follows next.
Doros, are you hurt? What happened?
They caught me off guard.
I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see 2. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders.
The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Elio handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me.
If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emet-Selch, unneeded though it is. Meteion, you are to stay here with Doros.
But Hermes?
The Lycanes must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead.
There's an axolotl mount now. Yeah, isn't that the P12? Or the current Anabasios mount? Dude, I like this music because it's it is perfect tension, but not overly tense. I wonder if the eye color of the ancients means anything. I have a lot of classes on symbolism, so I always wonder what about mostly since color symbolism isn't the same everywhere. Yeah, I think it's more like a general gist of identity, but there may be something to it, but it's hard to read anything into it for sure. As I was saying, eyes are the windows of the soul. Maybe it's a literal for them. Yeah, maybe their eye color is their literal soul color. Yeah, I think there's something cool to that. Great axolotl parade cannon thing, like the Great Gubu Wall. Yeah. Eye color and soul color being the same for the ancients. I like that as a headcanon. So fake lore for now, but I definitely like that as an idea. It also would mean that our soul being blue would make sense if Vana's soul was also blue, since she's got those startling blue eyes, and kind of like those of a Zem kind of tend to share that trait or something like that. I think there's something cool there, but for now we don't know.
I appreciate your help and lament the necessity. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present. But if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. We will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready then? Let us begin.
Okay, I'm just supposed to break it. Right, I'm under gear right now. Do I even have? Yes, I do. Right, because Mystico brought me the thing for the glam. Just gonna eat that.
Now.
Ugh, I want that Caduceus. I want to make that Caduceus so bad.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls
same
may
man.
drift in the underworld,
The same man who becomes a
may
Mon.
you find tranquil seas.
The same soul, I should say.
Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. Ye are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Hydaelyn, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
That's exactly why you are.
Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hydaelyn, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
Yeah, Infinite. Yep, I know exactly what you mean.
I expect
You do.
we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Yep, the fact that he's he's using a Caduceus as a call out to the fact that he's Hermes, 100% ball. Yeah, Infinite. That you hear Amon for a second there in his I'll figure that out in a second. Stripped. The scene hit me unexpectedly hard when I first saw it. Yeah, something about Hermes affirming the animal's right to hate the people who wronged it as long as it can free of its pain. Yep, 100%. Amon Hydaelyn did say the man he was would be in shock of where he became. Yeah, so hateful. That same starting place for a soul could end up in so different places based on the circumstances of what they've suffered from. Because you kind of assume that compassion is actually an underlying characteristic that's inherent to that soul, but you put
something like the genius creator and all the. Oh, someone's sleeping and they're counting sheep. Now I understand.
The other Lycons have already been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well-deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such a grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment?
Ooh. Ironic to come from you, man. Neo, good to see, glad to have you. Why is this whole section so good? I can't even. Because it's taking an idea that the rest of the expansion has been engaging with it and hardcore driving down on it, and also making old information contextually connect to, like, part of the reason this section is so good is because if Elpis was not so good, Endwalker does not work. Just straight up does not work. Elpis has to be good, or the rest, or the choices up to this point and the choices after this point don't work, you know? Totally, though. A fun fact, yeah, we got that. Not to be confused with the staff, one snake that's the god of medicine, the son of Apollo. Yeah. Oh my god, Snores, I love this community. Me too, good lady. I love this community too. Thank you. I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna assume V organized this, in which case, thank you, V. I don't think that any of us realized you appear back there. Give it a few millennia, Emmett. Yeah, exactly, AC.
Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If you cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist? Then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Elio? Will you come along with us? I've got nowhere else better to be. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we would first head back towards Agnagnoris.
I love you guys. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm so not responsible for this. I'm simply the somewhat designated driver. Slamming the themes in your face with a hammer. Chrissy, goes you glad to have you, repeatedly with as much force as possible. Yeah, but I think like, but also deftly, right? I think for the most part. And I think the other important thing is that it's constantly getting it from different sides. Like, how do you go on? How do you deal with life? How do you deal with death? How do you deal with loss? How do you deal with those things? How do you deal in a world where they're not accepted or worried about? How do you know, Hermes is struggling with something that someone on the world sundered would understand, the people around him would understand all too well, could empathize with him, but he's surrounded by people who just do not understand him, do not understand what he is going through. Even him himself says, like, I cannot imagine what it would be like to feel this strongly about this loss. You know? And so we get, it's just from 1,001 perspectives, different ways of reacting. We get Amon reacting to that, we get Hermes reacting to that, we get Euless reacting to that, we get Xenos reacting to that, we get, you know, and that's why it works, you know? We just kind of started doing stuff. I love that you see both types of Pegasi in this place, yeah. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what to do next. I pulled off the bed mat and then suddenly everyone had sheep. Has steel, yeah.
From here we follow the path northward to Notoneus. There we'll find one of the Neis, which facilitates travel between the islands of Elpis. First, time travelers...
I searched this earlier, and I searched time travelers in my notes, and this line popped up because it's first time travelers.
First time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I've previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth, you'll have leave to use it freely. Shall we?
Can we clip the sheep? You can clip whatever you guys want. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of love it when you guys clip things. Maybe it's my vaingloriousness. Maybe it's my, like, maybe you know, it's the same way that I love it when you guys make art of tea. Now, it's not like if it's an art of Naniri, I love it, so it's not just about me. But please go mad. It brings me joy and delight. Knowing that these moments that we share together were moments that other people found humorous too or wanted to engage in. You know, because I'm constantly existing in this vacuum where, like, I get to your guys' chat, but I don't, you know, sometimes I find out later someone will say, like, oh, this was this really funny thing that we did. And, like, from my perspective, I was like, no one really was into it or what have you. Guys, you know who we're about to meet?
Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sights. 'Tis poor manners to spy on someone's coming and goings in such fashion. Don't ask. Social convention notwithstanding, perceiving aether requires deliberate and intense concentration. We otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. Here we are, Noto Neas. The Neas will take us to the Kalimeos Zephyros, the western island. That's right. That's it, right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
A Spriggan, it's true.
I present to you Kalimeos Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
Spriggan.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Woo! Our Lady of Light has arrived.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Benar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Benar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Aw, shit. Good face, Elio. Good
It
face.
has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
That must be the Afrita story.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Have you perchance come from the future?
She's so quick on the uptake. Oh my god.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
The blessing of light.
Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Sounds rather like the blessing of light. Note that the echo also protects from
I see
corruption.
you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's
Yeah,
absurd.
B, totally. It's such a good move too, because it immediately endears you to her. Immediately shows how sharp she is, and shows how much she's like clever, paying attention. Like, and it's such a good move because it cuts out, lets us immediately continue the story, and does a lot to bake her build up her character and her competency.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
I'm from the future, and I have plenty of things to tell you, but there are many problems that will arise if I attempt to.
Your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting.
May.
I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
I want to be really, so like actually the next video that's coming out is about time travel in 14. So one thing that's really important is that Emmett Selk, Eorzean, multiple people in an expansion will talk about time travel saying this might happen, but we don't, like, Eorzean was like, oh my god, Grahatia, when you do your plan, what happens if the skein of your existence unravels? What happens if, like, it causes you to never have existed? And, like, within Shadowbringers, that clearly doesn't happen, right? So it's like, they'll, within an expansion, have a character who thinks, like, wait, she said, right, your future must happen, but we don't know if you can affect ours yet. That doesn't mean that we can. It just means we don't know. And ultimately, we do have an answer to that.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Gulp.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
It's been part of a fixed
Else
loop.
I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
We've got just enough time, I think, to do the next cutscene. If it begins right away.
My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and quick-fingered Eorzean, which made off with it. An Eorzean, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by the business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would of course lead us only to the Eorzean. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. I could ask you to join the search. I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the lands to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Point Oikos. Let's meet out there once we've exhausted our efforts.
Actually, you know what? I forgot that there was that part beforehand. So we may... The combat trial isn't until later, right? Without proof? Nope. Yeah, Emmett probably never would have believed us. Is it, did you consider it well explained why we don't see many white robe people here? I think they explained well enough. Yeah. No, I think white robes usually denote something specific and meaningful, so it's, you know, like between Themis and Vana. Remember to attune the 8th right. Will do. Thank you, Dest. I love the name of sharks. This is different. A scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. Shark bait. Hoo-ha-ha. Indeed. Indeed, AC. Ray or V, if one of you... well, say the oh, no, we already talked about that. Ray or V, if you want to start doing wrap-up, we're probably going to be doing wrap-up in a bit here.
The Azems, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them delight personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selk look as if he is a bit down on sour grape. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Azem into the equation. She wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Eorzean no longer had the crystal, nor was able to find it as is. I followed in as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal, well done! Wonderful. Now if I can focus on your tail without... Can I focus on your tail without the missing concept nagging my mind? Have you always had a knack for finding things? Traveling and searching tend to go hand in hand. You travel often then! It seems we have something in common. Long ago when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such a journey has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I returned this stolen property. If you go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to the task. Follow the path straight ahead and building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard.
I love how much she teaches him over his face. Yeah. Mr. Elemental guys should be right up here. Speaking of white-robed. Okay, this does feel a little bit like a cult. I'm gonna admit, like axolotl-based cult. So for the person who was talking about elementals earlier, these elemental sprites, which yes are the same as the 1.0 ones, but they've also used non-1.0 sprites since 2.0 came out to indicate the Gridanian elementals. And beyond that, we've seen these sprite used for other non-Gridanian elementals as well. Is it these guys? I think it might be these guys that are the quest that we're gonna do later. We'll see. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. You needn't be nervous around Vanar. Those white robes mark her as one of a fair and impartial reasoning. So that's what they mean. So Themis and her, yeah. Aside from the emissary Elpis, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office. Yeah, this one I knew. To serve as advisors. That's why I was wondering about a Themis, though. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Yeah, they definitely do explain it. I remembered it being those who she had it because she stepped down from being a Zem, but I didn't remember why then Themis would have it, but it's because it's their role. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. The crystal cult, the tea cult. Okay, this is a great cutscene. Take a drink.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
A calamity called the Final Days has come to the star.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
You see, it all began a while ago. Well, longer ago than you might even imagine. But I'll start from the beginning that I know. I woke to the calls of the Mother Crystal. Through Hydaelyn's blessing, I began to fight primals and journeyed all across the world, eventually facing a group known as the Eorzeans. Their job? To rejoin all the sundered reflections of the star together, and one day, we met one of their leaders, MSQ. And beyond that, we laid low. Well, here, there's only so much I can do for that. That's just basically the events of Endwalker.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you
Totally
seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem.
She's not even talking Shakespeareanly, just slightly high oratory. It's very modern English.
Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still,
Shows you
I
how-
even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you missed your friends. You miss those you love.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis is the key to all of this, I'm sure.
Ah, yes. The energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteion? Yes. I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Oh, such a good cutscene. Let's travel stuff. I wish we could see Vanaz's old home. Knows the infliction. Yeah, we talked about that. Big guy needs hug tenfold. True. If you usually even think about it, makes it even sadder that he did fall that low. He was lonely enough to fall that low. In an early conversation, if you ask Emmett Selk, says the convocation members are trained to tell when someone is lying, so he knows we aren't lying. He doesn't want to acknowledge. He doesn't want to accept it. Yeah. It kind of knows something. A lot of the Assassins turned to people they would have found abhorrent, and who wouldn't have after 12,000 years. From the Sundering to the beginning of A Realm Reborn is about 12,000 years that we know of. Okay, that's what we're gonna be calling it for today. We're already 3 minutes over time. Friendly reminder, if you want to support us, you can support us by, well, first off, you can like, comment, all that, blah, blah, blah. But you, don't forget to click the like button. If you want to support us, you can offer $1 here to get access to emotes, become an archon. Much appreciated if you do. You can also go to Patreon, offer a couple $, get access to your name in the banner above my head, as well as color over on the Discord. And if you haven't already, join our Discord at discord.gg/areas on archives, where a lot of us hang out and do stuff together. We are on Crystal Curl. If you want to join the FC for that, you're more than welcome to as well. Beyond that, a friendly reminder, tomorrow we're going to be doing the rest of Elpis, and then Wednesday we're going to have the Ask Me Anything for quite a few hours. We're going to be doing that, and then on Thursday, I have to contact Chris and Naniri and stuff, but we either will be doing the normal thing or we'll be going straight into Final Fantasy 16. And once 16 is out, and once I've started streaming it, that's basically all I'm going to be doing for the next couple of days until I'm done with that. But yeah, if there's any final questions, I'll let you guys ask them quick before we head on out. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, anytime, Raven. Thank you also for all you guys showing up. Thank you all to you guys for today, like, you know, populating it and having your little cult party going on. It was literally wonderful. Thanks for today. Of course, Loop. Thanks for joining in. I'm going to collapse at 2 a.m. Well, Ball, thanks for hanging out with us for so long. Yeah, anytime, Light. No worries. Okay. I'm going to be heading off in a second here. If anyone has any final things, now is your chime or forever hold your peace. Also, tomorrow is going to be a little bit of a... There's going to be some moments tomorrow, let's just say. Definitely going to be some moments with this story. With all that said, I've been Elliot Forceron, and I will see you guys real soon. Cheers. Oh, actually, real quick. Cheers, guys.